Conference 2022. BIMS is all set and geared up to organize Berchmans International Conference 2022 titled Reframing Business Dynamics for the New Era. God can handle our doubt, anger, fear, grief, confusion, and questions. Let's bring everything to Him in prayer. Kindly rise for the prayer. Over to Ria and Elizabeth.
ദൈവം സർവവല്ലഭൻ അഖില ലോകപാലകൻ ലോകപാലകൻ അഖില ലോകപാലകൻ ലോകപാലകൻ സർവവും തന്റെ കൈകളിൽ വിണ്ടലം ഭൂതലം സർവവും തന്റെ കൈകളിൽ ദൈവം എത്ര നല്ലവൻ.
Please be seated. Requesting the dignitaries to please proceed to the dais. The law of life is change, and those who look only to the past or to the present are certain to miss the future. The changes in the business world are some of the most testing times for a company to withstand. It is for this reason why adaptability is one of the crucial attributes in the corporate space today. To survive, organizations must be able to swiftly change course whenever things smash. In such a scenario, the need for proper organizational reframing is imperative. Berchmans International Conference 2022 on the theme Reframing Business Dynamics for the New Era is a day where academic and industry experts converge to reflect initiatives from a management perspective. When market dynamics change, reframing can be especially critical. So, organizational leaders must reassess the best strategies considering the changes made by the new normal. I call upon Dr. Matthew Joseph, Faculty Coordinator Conference 2022 to introduce the conference theme to the audience. Over to you, sir.
Distinguished dignitaries on and off the dais, and my dear students, a warm good morning to one and all. As St. Berchmans College, Changanasheri celebrates its 100th anniversary, it's a privilege for me to present the theme of Berchmans International Conference 2022. Berchmans Institute of Management Studies have set a platform for the academicians, entrepreneurs, business leaders, and researchers to converse on the latest opportunities and challenges that faces the society through national and international conferences. This year, the theme of the conference is Reframing Business Dynamics for the New Era. Through this conference, we would like to engage with all of you on the magnitude and enormity of the business dynamics in the post-COVID business scenario. The world beyond COVID-19 is going to be very different. Old assumptions about working process in offices no longer valid. Indeed, the office itself may become obsolete as long-promised mobile working spaces become the new reality. Businesses, even industries that has been particularly heavily hit may never succeed. Some may find themselves radically reshaped. Others still might seize new opportunities opened up by the new market dynamics and configurations. Looking far ahead after a period of unprecedented change can be challenging, but it's essential for any organization anticipating a long-term future in the post-COVID world to understand the possibilities that lie beyond. The pandemic is changing our culture, our values, beliefs, and behaviors. Some of these,
as we are about to witness the inaugural ceremony of Berchmans International Conference 2022 titled Reframing Business Dynamics for the New Era. Academicians and industry experts converge on a common platform, International Conference 2022. The global pandemic turns technology into an extraordinary catalyst of change. Never in modern history have countries had to ask citizens around the world to stay home, curb travel, and maintain physical distance to preserve the health of families, colleagues, neighbors, and friends. And never have we seen job loss spike so fast, nor the threat of economic distress emerge so large. In this unprecedented reality, we are also witnessing the beginnings of a dramatic restructuring of the social and economic order, the emergence of a new era that we view as the next normal or the new normal. At the heart of every great change is a great human. If you have ideas, ingenuity, and a passion for making a difference, even the universe will conspire for you. Any great venture might seem impossible until it's done. Great leaders with strong management abilities help their firms achieve their purpose and business goals with fewer roadblocks. Team Berchmans International Conference 2022 was committed and focused. If you take a glimpse of this international conference, you will agree that this conference is all set to be excellent and productive. There is a treasure to be unveiled. I would like to congratulate Team Berchmans International Conference 2022 for the diligent work. This international conference will definitely be a wonderful addition to the BIMS calendar. Management is above all a practice where art, science, and craft meet. Berchmans Institute of Management Studies stands invincible in this regard. On that note, let me welcome the esteemed audience. Very Reverend Monsignor Dr. Thomas Padius, Manager SB College, the president of this function, is our guiding light. Always helps us gather courage to believe that we can succeed and leave no stone unturned. Dr. Benny Matthew and Reverend Father Mohan Matthew, Bursar SB College. Dr. Thomas Varghese, a director of BIMS, is the invincible source of motivation at BIMS. I extend you a cordial welcome. I would like to extend an amiable welcome to the faculty members of BIMS, The faculty coordinators, Dr. Matthew Joseph, Dr. Chris Abraham and Nidhu Jose have played a decisive roles in the success of this conference. Welcome to the student coordinators of the international conference. Last but not the least, I extend an affectionate welcome to the students of 26th and 27th batches to this inaugural ceremony. Thank you all for your presence here this morning. Once again, welcome all. I remain.
From me such a talk. My role is to express my sincere appreciation to the organizers and to thank Mahatma Gandhi University for such a joint venture. I particularly remember our principal, Father Rajiv P. Kurian, BIMS director, Dr. Thomas Varghese, and HOD, Professor Sony Joseph, and other faculty members for organizing this wonderful event. Change is the fundamental phenomena of the nature. Everything is changing. We are changing. The world is changing. Economy is changing. Business is changing. Relationship is changing, and etc. In all respects. God bless you.
Thank you, Father, for your motivating words, as always. An alumnus of Madras University, joined the IAS in 1977, worked in the IAS in Manipur and Kerala till 1983, resigned from the IAS to promote a venture to make high-tech biomedical devices for the first time in the country, acquiring the know-how from Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology, Trivandrum, and with the support of National Research Development Corporation and KSIDC, he set up his venture, Thermopenpol, near Trivandrum. From those small beginnings, he grew the venture into the largest maker of blood bag systems in the world, exporting products to more than 50 countries. In 2012, he sold the company to a leading Japanese maker of medical products and turned to investing in startups, mentoring entrepreneurs, writing, travel, and his many other interests. He has written 3 books. On a Clear Day, You Can See India, The View from Kollam, and Maveli and Markets, How Supply Co. Held the Price Line. He is a sought-after speaker to professional bodies and students and participates in webinars and discussions online. He is very active on social media. Requesting former IAS Mr. Balagopal Chandrasekhar, Chairman, Federal Bank Limited, to deliver the inaugural address and light the lamp to declare Berchmans International Conference 2022 open. Over to you, sir.
President of the meeting, other dignitaries on the dais, faculty members, and dear students. At the outset, let me thank the principal and director of the School of Management Studies here for having invited me to be present at the inaugural function of this international conference. I also take this opportunity to convey my best wishes to the principal, manager, faculty and students of St. Berchmans College for celebrating your centenary year. I wish you many more years of turning out students who are a credit to the country and to the society and to the world. Now, the subject of the conference has been expressed as reframing business dynamics for the new era. And the theme has been elaborated, and the key words which you should keep in your minds are the need for a new mindset, agility, innovation, and reframing structure, organization design, corporate governance, and stakeholders. Now, I think this covers a very broad canvas. And the operative words here are that things are changing around us, and business should change, and so should the professional managers who are going into business and the entrepreneurs. So all of us will need to change. Now, I'm sure over the next 2 days, you are going to listen to people who are experts in various fields talk to you about what kind of changes are needed. Why are those changes necessary? And what will be the new shape of organizational responses to these new challenges? So I will, in my brief talk here, just draw your attention to 3 important problems that need to be, you will have to live with. These problems were there before. They have grown more serious, they have grown more difficult, and they are forcing organizations to change. And what are these 3 problems? The first is uncertainty. The future is uncertain. Now, you may think it has always been uncertain. We don't know the future, isn't it? So what's new? What's new is, when I started my business career more than 40 years ago, we could make a 10-year plan. Today, one would have to be a very brave manager to make a 3-year plan. The world around, the national economy, the regional economy, and the global economy are all changing so fast now, and changing in so many unpredictable ways, that we have to now develop a new capability. How do we deal with uncertainty? And unfortunately, there are no real tools, machine learning and big data and data analytics and all that. These are all tools which we can put it to good use, but they can never give you a clarity about an essentially unknowable future. Let us get into our heads, my friends, the understanding that the future is not an extension of the past. Previously, you could make a linear extension of what happened in the previous 5 years and hope that you have a reasonably good prediction of what's going to happen in the next 5 years. No longer. And I don't have to point to the events in Ukraine, where till the day the Russian marched across the border, everybody was sure they will not, isn't it? And what happened 2 years before that in the pandemic? Here was a global economic system which seemed to be chugging along quite well, and suddenly somebody hit the pause button and everything came to a standstill, isn't it? Have we faced such a thing before in the past 100 years? What was the previous experience on which we could lean back and extrapolate to deal with the pandemic? There was no previous experience. Even in the history books, people talk about the Spanish flu. In the Spanish flu period, 100 years ago, the pandemic, the speed of the pandemic was the speed of the fastest transportation system which was available, which was the steamship. How long does a steamship take to move from one country to another country? It will take a few weeks, if not months. That was the time it took for the pandemic. Today, how long does it take for somebody to go from here to Wuhan or from Wuhan to Los Angeles? Hours. So what happened? The pandemic spread in hours. The world was not prepared to deal with it, did not know how to deal with it. So uncertainty is the first. To deal with uncertainty, like I said, there are no shortcuts. But you will need one quality, which is resilience. You will need the capacity to get up even if you are knocked down. Your organization will need the capacity to recover even if it has a very serious setback. But instead, actually, what we see all around us are organizations which were evolved from the previous era. And what was the organization of the previous era aiming to be? The organizations of the previous era aimed for scale, aimed for standardization, aimed for global, coverage, and hence, as a result, you had integrated supply chains, and you developed systems like just-in-time. Now, we all talk admiringly of just-in-time. I've been a manufacturer, so I'm telling you, just-in-time is taking away, actually, while it brings efficiency and helps us to reduce inventories, we pay a very heavy price to achieve that. Because what we lose is flexibility. What we lose is the slack in the system that will enable us to take care of breakdowns in the supply chain. Because as you produce, you ship out from the inward warehouse door, the raw materials are coming in. Sounds beautiful. So in this highly integrated global supply chain where everything is just in time, it was like a rubber band stretched tight. There is simply no slack. Anywhere one part of the supply chain breaks, the whole system collapses. And that's what we saw happening across the world without exception. In the most heavily managed, the richest societies in the world collapsed the heaviest. The greatest collapse was in those highly integrated societies. So that's the first thing we must learn is how to deal with uncertainty. I don't have the answers. If I were, I would be Bill Gates or Warren Buffett or somebody. But we have to think about it. The second, which is related to the past ways of doing business, is environmental degradation. This problem is not going to go away. I do not know whether there is anybody in this room still denies climate change. Do you know about 40% of the US population believes it's all a hoax? The 40% of the richest country in the world believes this is all nonsense. No? So we are in a dangerous kind of world where a large section of highly affluent and powerful people who have no excuse for their behavior don't accept the truth, don't accept reality, thinking that this is all made up by some scientists. So this environmental degradation has happened because of the behavior of business, because of the behavior of society. It wasn't something which was ordained to happen. It need not have happened if we had been far more responsible in the way we did everything. So the way business, the inexorable drive of the economic system to generate ever more economic surplus has led to ever increasing use of resources. Now you just have to do simple mathematics. If China and India start consuming raw materials and consuming energy and consuming all the other materials of life at the same level of the United States of America, how many planets will we need? So what is the corollary of that? Should we forever accept that we will live at a certain level of standard of living which the Americans and Europeans can live? Why should we not aspire to that? What a lot of alarm there is in the world today that now that China is rising and its energy consumption is increasing as if they are committing a crime. The entire burden, the legacy issue of carbon emissions is a legacy issue. It is not caused in the last 20 or 30 years. The previous 100 years legacy is the cause, pushing the earth beyond the brink. We have already passed the point of no return. Now the only thing we can try to do is mitigate matters. We can't solve the problem. That is already out of our hands. So we need to look at, the old approach of businesses privatizing profits and socializing costs. If you just take the simplest example of that, you can see some educational institutions in our country. I mean, what I'm saying is schools and all. What will they do? They are very popular educational institutions. They will not spare 1 square foot of their valuable real estate for parking. So where will the vehicles be parked? Out on the road, on the public road. So what has happened? You have privatized profits and socialized costs. Just like a chemical company which pollutes the environment, what does it do? It appropriates the profit. It doesn't share any of the profit with the local community, but it socializes the costs. It pollutes the Vembanad Kyle, it pollutes the Chaliar, it pollutes whatever river it wants. And they say that's what happens when you have business. Business and we accept it. Now in a country like Germany, for instance, they learned the hard way. They were part of the problem all these years. They were not angels, okay? Now they've learned the hard way. If you sell consumer durables, you are responsible for that. The maker, the manufacturer is responsible for taking it back from the customer when he or she has finished using it, and for arranging its safe disposal. It's the responsibility of the manufacturer. They are now realizing that. It's high time we realize that too. So we must develop costing systems which enable us to capture the true cost of doing business instead of just offloading it onto society. And finally, the biggest problem, as if uncertainty over which we have no control and environmental degradation which is going to lead to planetary extinction, as if these two weren't bad enough, what do we have? We have a rising inequality in our society of a degree never before seen in human history. There have been enough studies of it. Even in the West, with their great and almost religious belief in the powers of the free market and capitalist enterprise, which has actually achieved great things, must be admitted. Despite all this, they understand that that is not sustainable. And they are even looking at various measures, including raising taxation, including progressive taxation, all of which were no-nos so far in the liberal West. Now they are all coming back onto the political agenda. And it's high time they came back on the political agenda here too. So, this inequality, you may think, how does that affect, say, me? I'm going to set up a startup. How does inequality affect me? Inside any enterprise, we must now start changing who are we working for. In the US, they define it as you're working for the shareholders. The shareholders are the owners. In other words, they are the only stakeholders who matter. In Europe, that is changing. In Europe, they are saying it is not only the shareholders, but also the employees, also the customers, and also the local community where you operate in. They are also important. Now the problem with if you take a shareholder only, not only shareholder first, a shareholder only approach, what happens is, what does a shareholder want? Returns, higher dividends, higher share price. So what are, I have heard people talk about share buyback as if it's some Einstein thought of it, as if it is genius. It is the most elementary, shameless exploitation of market which you can come across is share buyback. It is not an act of financial genius. What has happened is a company which has got $100 million in the bank, made by making products efficiently and making profits, instead of using those profits for building another factory and employing more people and making more products, now decides, because the managing director of that company, his reward is, his performance is measured on how much is the share price. What does he do? He wants, his laser-like focus is increase share price. And what is the easiest way to do it? Buy back your shares. So we have a situation where it has been estimated that in the last 15 years in the United States alone, $1.5 trillion of corporate profits have been used to buy back shares. And they think that the Chinese have stolen all their jobs. Are the Chinese responsible for the share buyback? So here is a very classic case of the business owners irresponsibly looking at their own interest instead of their country's interest, instead of their society's interest, and blaming somebody else for the consequence. This is really not sustainable. This inequality which is happening is not sustainable. We think, why should we look anywhere else? Why should we bother? The Americans can look after themselves, the Germans can look after themselves. What about here in this country? What is happening? If you look at not just the Gini coefficient and other measures of inequality, just look at, people are talking, you look at the business press, business pages of all the newspapers. Do you get the impression that the Indian economy is in trouble or the Indian economy is booming? I think you will be mistaken for thinking that the Indian economy never had it so good. What is that sector which is having it very good? The stock market. That's it. Any company which is listed in the stock market is doing well. Stock market prices are going up. A larger amount, enormous liquidity is there in the banking system, I should know. Enormous liquidity is there in the banking system. Hardly any takers for credit. Banks have to lend because banks are getting money from depositors. It has to pay the interest, isn't it? So unless it lends, how can it service its liabilities? So what does the bank do? It lends where it is easiest to lend. And it makes the problem worse by lending to corporates who are going to do share buybacks and players in the share market. So the financial sector is seeing more and more of bank credit flow into that instead of it coming into productive sectors of the economy. That's leading and making the inequality worse. Because when asset prices go up, that is share prices go up and real estate prices go up, who benefits? Those who own the shares and those who own the land. Isn't it? Those who don't own land cannot feel very happy that land prices are going up and share prices are going up. How many people own shares in India? If you want to understand inequality, just think about the number of people who file income tax returns in India. How many people file income tax returns in India? Less than 4% of the population of this country files income tax returns. And all the people who file income tax returns are not, are not Mukesh Ambani's and Gautam Adani's. Many of them are very ordinary poor people. Okay? I mean, ordinary people who are struggling to make both ends meet, which means that a microscopically small section of our population are reaping the benefits of this affluence which is coming to a section. So we should feel very seriously worried about it as a society, and I am glad. The president of the meeting, in his words, when he spoke about what we should think about equity, we should think about equality, we should think about inequality. We should not only think about profits. So this is the third point. These three problems, that is, the problems created by uncertainty over which we have no control, the problem created by environmental degradation which is due to legacy issues from the past which we cannot change today, and third is the terrible problem of growing inequality. These three problems loom ahead of us as individuals, loom ahead of us as a society, and are going to be the biggest problem which businesses which we go and work in or businesses which we start will have to face. And there are no easy fixes here, no palliatives, no crumbs we can throw at these problems which will solve the problem. No band-aids, no fixes. You have to face facts that we have made very serious mistakes in the past. We must change the way we do business and the way we run not only our businesses, but our society and our polity also. That's a somber note on which to end. I wish I could say something more cheerful. But the point is, I think as a famous Japanese quality guru, Ishikawa-san, as he said, imagine a Japanese guy said this statement. It sounds like an ancient Indian guru statement. What did he say? The quality journey starts with facing the truth. So let us start by recognizing the truth, the kind of situation we are in, and then see what can we do. With your permission and with the blessings and goodwill of all those present, I take great pleasure in declaring this international conference inaugurated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was indeed a thoroughly encouraging and wisdom-laden inaugural address. Now, to light the lamp and declare it open. Innovative and creative thinking begins when you view problems as opportunities. Problems are often your chance to make needed changes, whether they occur in your life or in the workplace. This is the power of reframing. Requesting Reverend Father Reggie Picurian to address the August gathering. Over to you, Father.
Respected very Reverend Dr. Thomas Padiat, Manager of SB College and Vicar General of the Archdiocese of Changanasheri and President of this meeting, Mr. Balagopal Chandrasekhar, Chairman, Federal Bank, and Chief Guest of the day, Dr. Thomas Varghese, Director BIMS, Professor Sony Joseph, Head HOD, Dr. Matthew Joseph and Dr. Chris Abraham, coordinators, Dr. Babu Michael, our syndicate member from our college, other faculty members, and my dear participants. Good morning to you all. COVID-19 has subverted all our thoughts on life, economics, business, our thinking pattern, and almost every spheres of life, I think. That's why the great contemporary cultural philosopher, Professor Dr. Slavoj Zizek, has named his famous book, I think published last year, I think. Pandemic, COVID-19 shaken the world. He gave a talk to our Berchmans community also last year, and it was a great honor to us, especially in our centenary year. Yes, COVID-19 has shaken the world very much. And now we are moving or going along with COVID-19. We have learned to go along with COVID-19. And ours is a society. COVID-19 affected society. And the normal life, I think we are moving to a normal life. And all the reframing of business and other activities are just begun. But as our chief guest said, uncertainty is everywhere. That is what we experience in Europe now. Europe is now facing another calamity, war or invasion, what we can say, by Russia, and the economic sanctions taken by US and European Union has or will adversely affect the economy of the world, I think. And the policies and economic growth of the world will be affected very seriously. We know it. So coming to my duty, I am happy that our BIMS in this international conference, with the support of STRIDE, Mahatma Gandhi University, has taken a topic which is very relevant in the current scenario. I hope that the presentations, discussions, and the suggestions will give better light of thought or better light to the academic as well as to the business communities, a new way of thought, or inspire them to have new approaches to the situations and opportunities. Thus, I hope in this centenary year of this college, of St. Berchmans College, and in the 27th year of BIMS, we can contribute some greater ideas to the community outside, especially to the business community of Kerala and India at large. I wish all the success to this Berchmans International Conference 2022. I remain. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. The ultimate consequence of all the ongoing trends is decisively imperative to transform from a market player or a market leader to a market maker in the post-pandemic world. I now invite Dr. Thomas Verghese, Director BIMS, to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Respected Very Reverend Dr. Thomas Padiyat, Manager of SB College and President of the function. Reverend Father Raji P. Kurian, Principal SB College. Sri Balagopal Chandrasekhar, IAS, Chairman Federal Bank and an entrepreneur and a mentor who gave us a very strong message, our guest of honor today. Professor Sony Joseph, HOD, Dr. Matthew Joseph, Dr. Chris Abraham, conference coordinators, vice principals, Father Jose Takepuram and Dr. Benny Matthew sir, who are here with us, faculty colleagues, my dear students. While we are at the international conference on reframing business dynamics for the new era, we look at two different dimensions: the business strategy part of it and the research part of it. Business, as always, have been passing through turbulences, and there is nothing new in that. We are witnessing unprecedented situations. The global economy has been hit very severely. We all know, as our chief guest also highlighted, unexpectedly, some countries did not know what to do. We had the COVID pandemic. Adding to that, we have the Ukraine-Russia crisis, which can escalate any moment because of the restraint followed by NATO, which is being criticized for inaction. It is not escalating today, but it can go to any level. The crude oil, which is the base for thousands of industries, is hitting new highs in price. The supply is getting restricted. Turbulences, crisis everywhere. Business environment is continuously changing. And take a classic example of Fortune 500 companies. Traditionally, the global corporate leaders, what is happening there? United States and Europe dominated. In 2000, there were only 10 Chinese companies in top global Fortune 500 company list. Today, in 2021, China has surpassed United States with 124 against 121. Companies which were not head of 20 years before are in the top 500. We never knew there was a company called Google 25 years back. Microsoft was very soft. So companies which were claiming to be great, Enron, Kodak, great companies have vanished into thin air. Economy is changing. Strategies, as I was mentioning, strategies which were thought were very important, cost reduction, distribution, supply chain, are all going in for new changes. Drones are going to change the way distribution is going to be done. So society is changing, the business community is changing. And the pandemic was unique. It almost, because, as Sir said, the speed, not only the speed, but the spread. Almost all the countries in the world were hit by the pandemic, which was not the case with the Spanish flu. The speed, as I already mentioned, very fast. We didn't know how fast. The state of Kerala, which claimed it as controlled, suddenly found 40,000 cases a day. With these turbulences on one side, continuous emergence of new technology on the other, human being replaced by robots, in educational institutions, in services sector, in manufacturing sector, rethinking is required. Restructuring is required. That is where we are getting an opportunity to listen to some of the top representatives of Indian industry. Look at the people who are coming here. Mr. Adarsh Nair, CEO of Airtel. Mr. Anandanarayanan Hariharan, Vice President of Reliance Retail. Hari Ayyappan, Director of Deloitte. And we have our own Dinesh Nair from Bloomberg, Jimmy Thomas from branding and advertising field. These people are coming and sharing what the industry is doing. That is the first part of that. And on the second part, we have the academic thinking required. Professor Abraham Koshi, the former professor of IIM Ahmedabad, one of the most respected faculty who jointly authored a book on marketing with Philip Kotler and former chairman of Federal Bank. And Dr. C.T. Aravind Kumar, our PVC, but a very well-known researcher, Mr. Hamadif Barsad, the international representative from Gulf, and Mr. Song Ru Lee, the Taiwanese-originated American professor. They are going to talk us about academic research. And in this context, in a very quick way, I also want to highlight one thing. What is the purpose of these meetings? What is the purpose of these conferences? Taking away learnings and then apply that in our real life. There's a beautiful learning. We have a research center. What do we do research? We research on traditional employee dissatisfaction, absenteeism, customer satisfaction. Or we focus our research center towards a theme of creating strategies, of identifying new areas and telling our research students, don't do the ritual junk. Come out of that. Come out of the middle class mentality of doing whatever was done before. Come out of new areas, new avenues. And that is what I learned from the keynote address. He is giving a direction to our research center. And that is the takeaway. When you are conducting a conference, when you are spending a lot of time and energy, when 10 people are coming here or online, there should be a learning. And if you are not able to apply that learning in our everyday life, in our research centers, and improve our quality of the institution, we are wasting our opportunity. A God-given opportunity pointed out by our chief guest with his vast knowledge, experience and drive. Take that home. Implement that. Think of new avenues, possibilities. SB College Research Center must be known for quality, for new thinking, new direction. So therefore, reorienting the way business was done is the need of the hour. For us too, India becoming a global sourcing point for many industry, call for restructuring and reorienting its core sectors. And hope and believe this conference, Reframing Business Dynamics for the New Era, will give some thoughts. Let it be small, that will change the way we think. And I wish the best learning opportunity in the 2 days. And thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Requesting Reverend Father Raji P. Kurian, Principal SB College, to hand the conference compendium to Very Reverend Dr. Thomas Padiat, Manager, SB College, for release. Over to you, Father. Thank you, Father Principal, for doing the honor. Requesting Very Reverend Dr. Thomas Padiat, Manager, SB College, to present a memento as a token of gratitude to former IAS Mr. Balagopal Chandrasekhar, Chairman, Federal Bank Limited. Over to you, Father. Thank you, Padiat Shah, for doing the honor. The global pandemic promises to leave behind a radically transformed world. The organizations most likely to survive and thrive are those that take a step back to reframe their futures. Thankfulness is the beginning of gratitude. We are thankful for this day, this opportunity, and this occasion. I call upon Dr. Chris Abraham, Faculty Coordinator, Berchmans International Conference 2022, to propose the vote of thanks. Over to you, Chris.
The President of the function, Very Reverend Dr. Thomas Padiat, Manager, SB College, Principal Reverend Father Reggie Picurian, the Chief Guest of the Day, former IAS Mr. Balagopal Chandrasekhar, Chairman, Federal Bank Limited, Director Dr. Thomas Varghese, HOD Mr. Sonny Joseph, faculty colleagues, guest invitees, and dear students. A very warm good morning. It's a moment of pride as I stand here to acknowledge the presence of the august audience on behalf of Berchmans Institute of Management Studies. Our gratitude to Very Reverend Dr. Thomas Padiat, Manager, SB College, for presiding over this function. We are looking forward to achieve great heights of excellence and recognition under your able guidance. Thank you, Father. Reverend Father Reggie Picurian, Principal, SB College, endorses all the major events at BIMS by his decorous presence. Thank you, Father. It's a privilege to have amongst us today former IAS Mr. Balagopal Chandrasekhar, Chairman, Federal Bank Limited, a divergent personality, a civil servant, author, and to post on record an accredited umpire as well as our chief guest for Berchmans International Conference 2022. Our gratitude to you, sir, for accepting our invitation to inaugurate the conference. Thank you, sir. I also take this opportunity to place on record the contribution of Dr. Babu Michael, Member Senate, MG University, for helping us associate with STRIDE, and also the support extended by Dr. Abhilash in guiding and supporting the conference team for associating with the scheme. Our gratitude to both of you, sir. I also extend gratitude to the vice principals who have made their presence here on this morning. I also extend our sincere gratitude to our bursar for his wholehearted support. Sincere gratitude to Dr. Thomas Varghese, Director BIMS, and Mr. Sonny Joseph, HOD BIMS, for their unconditional support to make Berchmans International Conference 2020 a great success. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated teachers. I thank all the faculty colleagues for the winsome support in the successful conduct of the conference all throughout. I extend gratitude to Dr. Matthew Joseph and Ms. Needu Jose for their selfless support. I also thank the technical team, press and media, student coordinators, and the students of the 26 and 27 batches for their ardent support. I thank the Almighty and remain in gratitude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chris Abraham, for the beautiful expression of gratitude. With that, the curtain falls on the inaugural ceremony of Berchmans International Conference 2022. The technical sessions will begin shortly. Light refreshments are served outside the hall. Please help yourself. Thank you and wish you all a fruitful, bright, and beautiful day.
I have to admit that I am not an expert in this area. I am basically from the science field. So what all I am I'm just highlighting some of the scattered thought out of my reading. So you don't have to, please don't take it as an expert opinion or highlights. Now, we all know that a business cannot be non-dynamic. Even a layman can understand this. So business environment is dynamic as it keeps on changing in terms of technological improvement, then shift in consumer preferences or entry of new competition in the market. So the various forces in the environment keep on changing from time to time, making business dynamic and of course not static. In a dynamic market, business have to adapt quickly to changes and develop new ideas, products and services to keep up the technology and new trends. Now, in a constantly changing business environment, the ability to modify and implement new strategies as quickly as possible is very, very important. Now, dynamic business strategies help to ensure that a business can respond appropriately to changes that may represent both potential opportunities and new threats to the operations. Now, coming to the dynamism, there are several significant components and factors. Probably you know better. What I understand is the first and foremost thing is political factors. Then consumer taste and preferences. Then another factor is change in technology. You know, there are various technologies that are coming in. Then one more important point I suppose is unexpected pandemic or that kind of a situation which is never expected. Now, the political factors, the government of the country handles the production and economic affairs, and the government policies, various government policies and guidelines affect the working of the business in a very, very significant manner. You know, not only the political decisions, you can also see the war. War is also a political decision. So that, you know, immediately affects the business environment. Then consumer choices, their taste and preferences change very, very rapidly. Our choice, consumer choice. It depends on the tradition, culture, personal choices, income, personality of an individual. So it depends. It depends on all these factors. But it differs country to country because, you know, it is closely associated with our tradition too. So the one which, I mean, you're thinking about certain approach in United States may not work in our country, or it may not work in Gulf countries. So there are differences. But on top of this, definitely the choices is important. Choices are involved. Then another point is the technological and innovation in the product and services changes its overall demand. So as soon as the technology in the product change, or the process of its manufacturing, the business also changes. So it affects the sale and marketing strategies also. Then, of course, the next factor which I mentioned is the pandemic, a sudden pandemic or natural disaster. You know how the world changed and how the market is changed. So this is also one of the factors which we can add up along with other factors. Now, as I mentioned, there are a number of factors which actually shape the global business environment. The shift in dynamics can quickly hinder corporate strategy, demanding a wider focus on the trends that can transform the competitive landscape. Now, amid volatility, upheaval and change, shifting dynamics can quickly hinder corporate strategy. So they will have to adapt or change the strategy. So such a world demands that companies stay focused on the big picture, continually, scanning the horizon for trends that will transform business. Connected with that, there are a lot of key factors, key trends. One example is a shift in the locus of power. I'm sure that you are all aware of this. The locus of global economic, political, and demographic power has been shifting from developed countries to developing countries. And this is actually a phenomenon that is taking place in the last couple of decades. Although this shift has been taking place for decades, the new intensity with which it is occurring and the changing implication that it has for business will shape the global business environment in the coming days, in the coming years. While most companies know these shifts are taking place, the other aspect is the new models of consumer engagement. With ubiquitous connectivity, universal access to knowledge, and an increasingly global consumer environment, companies are being forced to redefine how they engage with consumers. This is again an important point. Traditional marketing and consumer relationship management channels are no longer sufficient. We had a kind of different approach in olden days. Things have changed. Hence, business are finding new ways to connect with their consumers. There are different strategies altogether. Connectivity in social media, online mobility, mobile payments, and augmented reality offer new ways to market products and services to consumers, to public. But they also add complexity and definitely competition. So adjusting to new consumer engagement models now can help build advantage over time by embedding a culture of agility and receptiveness to new and emerging trends. Now, consumer engagement tools are not only useful in responding to what customers are saying today, but also in shaping opinion and anticipating future preferences. Another point I want to highlight is the so-called new paradigm right? Changing business models and constant innovations. So from research and development, the so-called R&D, and consumer engagement, right, to product design, manufacturing, and corporate governance, the paradigms that have defined business are changing. Technology-enabled global operations actually transformed R&D functions during the information technology revolution. I mean, now, educational achievements in developing countries and of course, I must highlight the aging technological advances on the horizon, such as three-dimensional printing, 3D printing, extensively now used in biology and medicine, and will change established manufacturing methods, just as computer-aided design and automation that for the past several years. I myself remember that, almost about 2 decades or 3 decades, when we talk about, the production of, certain drugs, using microbes. Initially we thought it is for kind of academic interest, but now it is turned to, almost about, not now, almost about 2-3 decades back itself, it is turned to complete business. Now certain specialized drugs are being developed using microbes, certain microbes in the laboratory, so that is the fact. So there's a complete shift, and now of course, now the situation is again changed to almost about 3D printing. The basic model for engaging consumers is fundamentally changed, and that is a point I wanted to make, as it moves online and becomes mobile and interactive. So governments are, strapped for cash and can no longer be counted on a source of basic research. Innovation and R&D that has traditionally run through government-driven or government-funded channels are to be dependent on other source of funding, not exactly on government funding. So this implies that innovation will be at even larger premium, and that companies that are able to harness it efficiently will have an even greater competitive advantage. Yet another point is the global war for talent. Now, talent is increasingly located in developing markets, both in numbers, younger, growing population, and in skill sets. Skill sets means more, university degrees, especially in science and engineering. The global recession has accelerated this trend. So again, there is a point where negativity is going to positivity. So with many developed countries reporting a reverse brain drain, highly skilled immigrants leaving their host countries to return home, where capital is more plentiful and growth rates higher, to find work or start business. Again, that's the changing trend. At the same time, technology has made global collaborations more prevalent, and changing business models and business needs have made knowledge workers more valuable. And highly networked companies are able to take advantage of a growing pool of global talent, and by doing so raise the bar for their competitors, including the less well network. So the point is this highlighted and also heightened level of competition means that of companies including today's innovators, and they need to be alert to changes in the competitive landscape for talent. In addition to locating and connecting with the most talented people, companies will face greater pressure to retain the most talented employees. Well, that has been the case even before, but now it is more. Retention mechanisms and core human resources skills will become increasingly important to keeping high value, high performing workers. Then, of course, today's high value knowledge workers, that is again another point, often called the creative class, are more mobile, more willing to switch jobs, and more likely to identify with the mission and values of their employees. And this was there even before, but mostly with the engineering side. For example, example is a person who is trained in civil engineering or mechanical engineering can easily shift to computer engineering, computer software, and so on. This was there, but of course now this is taking place in a massive level. So while compensation-based retention programs are important in the battle for talent, winning the war for talent requires hiring employees who share the company's culture and values. What I mean to say is this also created certain level of competition again. Then coming to dynamic business strategies, in a constantly changing business environment, the ability to modify and implement new strategies quickly is important. A quick transformation is important. Economic pressures, industry changes, regulatory pressures, and changes in consumer preferences can all impact a business ability to sell its, in terms of selling its products or even services. Dynamic business strategies help to ensure that a business can respond appropriately to change that may represent both potential opportunities and, of course, not only opportunities to new threats to its operations. Then, of course, again, there are points I am not going to the details, like watching competitors, then plan flexibly things. Then, of course, the most important part is to seek information, etc., etc. I'm not going to the details. Probably you are better informed. I will let me conclude by highlighting one more point connected with higher education. So I am actually working in higher education. You are all in the higher education sector. There is a dramatic change in the way we look at higher education now. Well, I don't buy fully the idea of the business in education. But I would say that is one of the impacts of the modern education, that it goes to business. But personally, I don't want to say that is a business model. Now, the kind of curriculum, the protocols, etc., in the higher education. See, in olden days, the educational component is mostly acquiring, kind of knowledge. So the most important part is acquiring knowledge. And that way you are to, this consistent, particularly in science and engineering. The product development and related business aspect is of paramount importance in higher education now. Of course, this was a model, of course, in Western countries, even in the last several decades. But at least in our country, it is being adapted very recently. And now we have come to a stage that without that kind of from research, we publish good research. Good result we publish in good journals. But now we have to see if we can take a patent out of this research. So you shouldn't publish immediately. You have to see the patent aspect. So even in research, the outcome, when I say research, it is not completely in the full R&D business, but even in research activities, even in universities and higher education institutions, we have to think that way. Even getting a project proposal, winning a project proposal in science and engineering, now we have to see kind of business model, how it is being, how it is useful for the society, how we can commercialize the results. So that is one, paradigm shift in the way we think about higher education. So the outcome must go, the research outcome must go as a patent and then to commercialization. So we cannot ignore this development. So this is the most important part of it. There is, I am a bit happy to tell you that there is a ranking called Adal ranking. Adal ranking is, in India, it is connected with, it actually look at the number of patents a university or an institution produce every year. And Mahatma Gandhi University is number 5 in the country. So we have a lot of patents, and also we have filed a lot of, even last year itself, we have filed 24 patent applications. So that is a remarkable achievement for our university. Anyway, so what I just want to highlight is that things are changing. Even in higher education, we have to see the business model as well. So dynamism is not only in, when we talk about dynamism in business models, so this, even the education sector, the research sector is also part of it. This is what I wanted to highlight. So, I don't want to extend too much. As I mentioned at the beginning, I am not an expert. These are my scattered thought, and you have to excuse me if I highlighted something wrong. So take it as a layman's, highlights and layman's talk. So I wish all the very best for the participants. I am sure that there are a lot of experts giving talks, and you will be, enlightened with all these talks. So I wish all the very best, and thank you very much.
So now it's time for Q&A. Students can now raise their queries to Dr. Aravinda Kumar.
Sir, What will be the future trend in dynamic business strategies?
Well, if you are expecting an answer from an expert, I'm sorry. What I can say is it will continue in the sense that, things are drastically changing. For example, if you really, if you watch the kind of business model you're developing, that is what I mentioned that about, 3 decades back, when we talk about a business, an industry of, production of drugs using microbes, we could never think of such a situation. Whereas now it's a common practice. So similarly in artificial intelligence, things are again changing. So what I mean to say is, depending on the current situation, the contemporary issues, be it war or be it a pandemic, so things will change. So in that case, it is not a kind of a gradual change, but it will be a kind of dramatic change. So this is what I want to tell you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a pleasure listening to a very educative session on the dynamic nature of business and the factors affecting it. I'm sure everyone here is thoroughly motivated by your talk, sir. It was really thoughtful when you explained the changing trend of customer preferences, business models, technological aspects, and an interesting concept called global war for talent. Really thoughtful. I'm sure everyone will agree with me, was really an eye-opener. We are very grateful to hear from such a resourceful person like you, sir, and looking forward to many more. On behalf of all of us here, I accord you our gratitude. Thank you all once again.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you very
sir.
much.
real estate verticals for Kerala, worked across Indian markets, a specialist in creating IPS, launched a flurry of innovative products and activations. The Teresian Times, the brand futurist, Candid over Cappuccino, Brandomic, the Going South, Excellence in Business Awards, etc. are among the few. In 2012, joined Brandeis Consulting, a pioneer brand consulting firm, as head strategy at planning for key accounts. Currently working with Organic BPS, India's pioneering purpose branding company, as director of brand communications. Recently done brand campaigns include Free Hit, High Super Hit with Royal Challengers Bangalore, Jai Ho India Gold Loan Utsav with Virat Kohli and Royal Challengers Bangalore, Atmanirbhar Mahila Gold Loan with Vidya Balan and Minat's Life, a promotional film for Netflix and Muthoot FinCorp. Curated 2 models in brand communication, the brand purpose solutions model and the sympathetic resonance model. He has won numerous accolades for creative campaigns. We are about to watch few ads done by Mr. Jimmy K. Thomas. Please sit back and watch.
Taking a minute, because we are going to listen to one of our alumni who passed into the 3rd batch, and I am proud to say he is son of Kanayan Raman sir, and that is where the brand matters. The family of a brand, a tradition. I always say, the parents, the father or the family, what I give to the next generation is not a heap of money, not a bundle of dollars or rupees. It's a name, it's a legacy, and that is the brand. We are going to listen to brand. We are going to listen to one of our own products. And we are going to show some videos on that before that. So I would like to request everybody to listen carefully, silently, think about it, watch the brand. Sir, please come sit here.
महिलाओं को एक बात बतानी थी, अगर अपने आप को और अपने देश को आगे बढ़ाना है तो तुम आत्मनिर्भर बनो। इसीलिए मुथूट फिनकॉर्प लाए हैं आत्मनिर्भर महिला गोल्ड लोन। महिलाओं, तुम मुड़ो तो ये देश उड़ेगा। मुथूट फिनकॉर्प, जब जिंदगी बदलनी हो।
കുറുക്കൽമോലയുടെ രോമാഞ്ചമായ മിന്നൽ മുരളി ഇന്നും വ്യത്യസ്ത അപകടങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന് ജനങ്ങളെ രക്ഷിച്ച് കാലിഫോർണിയയിലെ യുവാക്കൾക്ക് മാതൃകയായി മാറി. അതേസമയം മിന്നൽ മുരളിയുടെ അഭാവത്തിൽ കുറുക്കൻമൂല വീണ്ടും വൻ സാമ്പത്തിക പ്രതിസന്ധിയിലേക്ക് കുത്തുകുത്തുന്നു. പൊതുവെ മടിയന്മാരുടെ
മിന്നൽ ഗോൾഡ് ലോൺ, മിന്നത്തെ ലൈഫ്, മാറട്ടെ ജീവിതം. മുത്തൂറ്റ് ഫിൻകോർപ്പിനൊപ്പം.
कप्तान जी, इंडिया फिर से जीत गया।
इंटरेस्ट फ्री गोल्ड लोन फिर से आ गया।
मुथूट फिनकॉर्प पेश करते हैं जय हो इंडिया गोल्ड लोन उत्सव।
हर गोल्ड लोन के साथ इंडिया जीतेगा एक फ्री गोल्ड कॉइन।
मुथूट फिनकॉर्प, जब जिंदगी बदलनी हो। मुथूट फिनकॉर्प के साथ।
Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. I couldn't see who introduced me, so not able to find out which person. Yeah. Thank you so much. See, I've always loved to tread boards at Berchmans, but I have got very few opportunities to come over here and talk. Time was always a matter. Now also it is like that, but still, when Mr. Matthew Joseph, one of my trainers at the Berchmans Institute of Management Studies, he called me up and told me that we are holding such a conference for 2 days. Can you be there? I said, I'm in Changanacheri, and definitely this time I'm going to grab the opportunity, and I'm here, you are here, and I hope we'll have a wonderful time together. So first of all, let me thank all my mentors out there at the Berchmans Institute of Management Studies, because they have taught me very less. They have mentored me more. Today when I talk to some of the people, senior professors, chairpersons of, chairmen of B schools, they tell me that, today we don't teach our trainees at B schools, we just mentor them. And I think there were no or very minimal interferences from their side, which really helped us to grow our talents. And I never thought, 21, 22 years back that, I was an aspiring advertising guy, but probably one day I would work for an American streaming channel like Netflix, bring out a promo for them, or probably work along with Virat Kohli and the RCB team and create something that you have seen. I never thought some of the things that I was able to accomplish in my life would be possible at that point in time, but I always believe that a great beginning is very much required for us. And the initial training that you get at the B school really conditions you for the rest of your journey. And I've got a wonderful training from the Berchmans Institute of Management Studies, and I'm really proud of BIMS and also Berchmans Institute of Management Studies for whatever they have given me, and this is one opportunity I can reciprocate it to them. See, we'll straight away, you have my presentation there on the screen. Who is yeah. See, before I start off, I think I can go without the presentation also, but it's always good that you have it there. See, we are talking about the new era and how we are going to reframe, redesign, re-strategize, or recreate the brand dynamics which would really help us navigate through the new normal, the next normal, or the new world order, or whatever we call it. When we talk about history, we talk about BC, AD. Today, when we talk about our lives, we talk about pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. But I firmly believe that some of the things that are going to challenge companies in the new era or the new normal are the things that were already there before the pandemic. Only thing is that, the pandemic has hastened it a bit. The pandemic has paced it up a bit. As a practitioner, I'm not, I don't say that I'm not a theoretical person. I have that side to my personality, but I'm more of a practitioner now, because on a day-to-day basis, I have real-time conversations with brand custodians, and based on the challenges that they have, I go back home, create strategies, create communication designs for them. So I know some of the challenges that most of the brands are faced with in the current scenario. So let's start off with some of the challenges. I hope by that time the first slide would probably be seen there on the screen. The first thing, every other brand custodian who comes to me tells me that, we have a problem because we are not able to establish an identity. When your director was talking here, he was talking about a brand, he was talking about how a brand is being recognized as a brand, how it remains differentiated from others, how it is unlike. Because today, in marketing, what we call it parity. In the market, parity is basically something like a homogeneity, because you are like every other guy. You are not able to create your differentiation, and how come you are going to position yourself, or what are you going to talk in the market so that you will remain differentiated? It's a big challenge. And the earlier days, we used to talk about unique selling propositions. Somebody will talk about what multiple selling propositions. Somebody would be talking about what, let it be there. Somebody would be talking about unique buying proposition. So there were a whole lot of propositions, flying over your head, moving under your feet, because you used to trample down and say that, hey, this is a cliche. What's new there? But the basic problem today is that if you harp on your brand features, brand benefits, listen to me very carefully. If you are going to harp on your brand benefits or your brand's features, it is not going to work out, because what a brand needs is not a short-term differentiation. Differentiation for a brand should mean two things. One, it should be sustainable. The second thing is very, very critical. It should be non-copyable. If I can copy what you are doing, then the ground gets leveled up in no time, and there is no differentiation. You are like the next door fellow. So, what is it that has brought us to this state of affairs? So, if you closely observe, it's nothing but DOI and DOT. Information has been democratized. What I have access to, she has access to. What she has access to, Matthew Joseph sir has access to it. So information has been democratized. But the saddest part of it is that technology also has been democratized, DOT. Today, what information is available to Samsung is available also to LG, to Apple. So you create a differentiating factor, competition gets leveled up in no time because it's replicable. This is a big challenge for all brands. So in the new era where information and technology has been democratized, how are you going to create your sustainable, how are you going to create your non-copyable identity? Is there any way out for brands? There is a way out. I am talking to you about the fundamentals of branding and business, and I think one of the reasons we have come together here is to discuss those fundamentals. It's not about, whether an NBFC or a bank should invest more on fintech. Every other guy knows about it. Technology, AI, blah, blah, blah. But what are the fundamental things which you have to do so that you will be able to survive and navigate through the new era is what I am talking about. The first thing I have already talked about is parity. And there is a way to kill parity. There is a way to remain sustainably differentiated. There is a way to remain sustainably non-copyable. I'll come to that. The second thing, of course, I think is the consumer. Because today, if you look around the market, you don't see any consumer, because everywhere on the internet, guys are talking about whom? Guys are talking about a trizumer who tries your product, who is spuriously loyal, who is promiscuous in terms of his brand choice, who is a transumer, who is transient, moving from one experience, does his opportunistic shifting. He sees a new thing which is better, spoiled for choice, follows the bandwagon. But among these consumers, lot of them, trisumers, transhumers, infosumers, datasumers, you have a lot of sumers there, but there is one sumer, and we see that most of the companies that we talk about who have been able to command the demand, the pre-demand from prosumers are companies with good reputation, and they have been maintaining that reputation for a long time. And the third thing, the second thing is the prosumer I talked about, and the third thing I feel is that if you look at the millennials and the Gen Zs, the consumers who matter to us today for most of the brands, they all have become belief driven. This is a key point, because I have gone through n number of sources from where I have drilled down, I have garnered enough data to substantiate this point, because these new age consumers are belief driven. They just don't want a product or a good product or a service. They want something beyond that. And what is beyond a good product or a service? We see that, they want that company to do something good for the society, create some positive impact in the society. At the same time, they want these companies to take care of their planetary priorities. That is one thing. And then, of course, we all know about the shift of power that has happened. Because I have worked with two media houses, one with Malayalam Manorama company owned by the Manorama family, and I have also happened to work with one of the world's, probably you can call the number 2 newspaper in the world, the Times of India, Bennett Coleman and Company. We used to take pride in the fact that, the Jain family owns media. Today I don't take pride in that, because media is no more owned by the Jain family or the Manorama family, it's owned by you and me. We own media, we create content and on the media. And that is one thing that has shifted power from media to you and me. And today, you and me are able to make or mar a brand, because you have your SNP or the social networking potential with you, with which you can do magic. And the last but not the least, I would like to talk to you about is the SDGs. And this is very, very important. This is going to be very critical in the future as well. SDGs are strategic development goals. We all know about it. SDGs are today, companies look at SDGs because the UN is encouraging companies to pick up SDGs and then, probably take up something and do work, in those lines. There are companies that are doing it world over. A lot of companies, even India also, companies have now start talking about their carbon footprints, and they are becoming more and more serious about the environmental impact and the social impact of their business on the society as well as environment. You must also be aware of the B Corps, because B Corp certifies companies across the world on environmental and social impact. So now these SDGs that the companies follow are, in a sense, aspirational. But tomorrow, just take from me, most of these are going to be mandatory. And that is what is going to land up most of the brands in big trouble. So to have a sustainable strategy, to have sustainable profits, at the same time to differentiate a brand sustainably, we need to have something else. And what is that? That is where I'm trying to land up there. That's where I'm trying to land up. So we have talked about all these. Can we move to the next slide, please? And now, based on this, now look at the stakeholders. First, the consumers. What is special about the consumer? Consumers are demanding much, much more than just a product or a service from a company. But they want the company to give them much, much more. Not just the value that a product gives, or the value that is transacted against the money that they give. I think the consumer surplus has shrunken a lot now because of the new generation of consumers. Investors. As an investor, I would love to have a reputation that I have invested in a futuristic company. I have invested in a company that takes care of its planetary priorities, and it creates a positive impact in the society. As an employee, I'm not just satisfied about a pay package. Why should I work for money? Money is not just the only thing that motivates me as a new age professional. There is something else. What do I get beyond money? Can I partake? See, when we talk about brand, we talk about define a brand. You have a word mark, this thing, that thing, which signifies product, service, blah, blah, blah. Neuroscientists talk about brand as a dopaminergic system which is etched in your neural circuit in your brain. But I think in this context, I must also try and define a brand as a medium through which I can fulfill my life's purpose or desire. A brand is also a medium, not just, something that satisfies my wants and needs, but my loftier goals as well in life. So can I look at a brand as a medium to create the change that I want to make in this world through a brand? I'm coming to that. That is where we are going to end up. Of course, the governments, the policymakers are definitely going to incentivize companies in the future for being environmentally inclined and being socially inclined. Of course, the community, today we are talking about the shift of power. Media has come into your hands, and you can do a lot by becoming a brand evangelist. Because most of the modern brands are now trying to ride on the social networking potential of people rather than, spending a lot of money on a traditional media and then, create the buzz. It never works. And it has stopped working even in India because most of the big campaigns that we are talking about are not giving enough ROI. So what is the way out for brand? Then of course the associates, because there are so many other people who are associated with a brand. And they all are looking at not just the transactional benefits, they are looking at something beyond that. And as a brand, are you able to give that? If you are not, then your sustainability will definitely remain obscure in the future. Shall we move on? You quickly through some of the research findings. We will just skim through the surface because for want of time, it's already 12:45. Let's move on. Emergence of the belief-driven consumer. Please move on. 52% consumers say that they are more attracted to buy a certain brands over others if these brands stand for something bigger than just the products, sell services it sells and aligns with personal values. This is very critical. Because why did Patagonia come up with an ad showing a leather jacket saying that you don't buy this from us? And that became history. Because they said we give you lookalikes, leather lookalikes. Don't buy leather because we don't want to harm animals. Let's move on. 64% of US adults say companies' primary purpose should making the world a better place. I don't know how many of you drink Heineken. They say, let's brew a better world. Let's move on. Nearly 8 in 10, 79%, almost 80% consumers surveyed say they feel a deeper personal connection to companies with values similar to their own. This is from which, I try to derive that definition, because I should be able to fulfill a loftier goal in my life through my association with a brand. Is very critical. That is what is going to happen in the new era that we are talking about. Let's move forward. 74% of consumers believe companies can take actions that boost profits and improve economic social conditions for local communities. Look at Unilever's Lifebuoy. They adopted the Thesagora village. They gave Lifebuoy free to them. There were a lot of children dying of diarrhea. The incidence of death was around 56%. In 5 years, they brought it down to 5%. Just have a look at that. It's a beautiful case study. This is what it is. Gen Z is 3x more likely to say the purpose of the business is to serve communities and society. Make good products and services, of course. You talk about YouTube. I think every day we use YouTube. YouTube is talking about showing your face, taking your voice to the world. Let's move on. 2013, only 44% of respondents thought that corporations should stand up for political beliefs. By 2018, that percentage is jumping to 81%. The role of business, the role of brands is being reiterated. Tomorrow, brands will have a greater role to play in even shaping the society and in issues that concern the society. Let's move on. This is an interesting thing. See, belief-driven businesses, right from the days of Jim Stengel, the Stengel 50 report, that's a famous report. Stengel studied Fortune 500 companies in 2000, I think in the 14 or 16, and he came out with a 50 brands that had posted higher growth. And he found that these 50 of them were belief-driven brands. Let's move on. Brands which were set improving the quality of life outperform. Move on. Purpose-led brands had seen the valuation surge from 175% over the past 12 years, a growth of 70% compared to listless brands uncertain about their role. Let's move on. Unilever Sustain, this is something that you have to notice. Around 26 brands in the bouquet of 40 brands. 26 of them were purpose-driven, and in 2016-18, they found that these brands have posted 69% growth over other brands. And that is when, the CEO of Unilever came out, he made his appearance and told the world that we are going to transform all our brands into purposeful brands or belief-driven brands. And that is history. The global leadership forecast, in DDI, world finds that the purposeful companies outperform the market. Okay, we have already talked about it. Let's move forward faster. Researchers at the School of Management, okay. B Corps, we have already told 50. B Corps had an impressive 51% growth rate during the 2018 financial crisis. All B Corp companies. B Corp is an institution which is into rating companies on their social and on the social and environmental angles. People seek meaningful, engaging work even if it means sacrificing income. This is something that's going to be a very decisive thing, because we all now talk about getting good employees, attrition rates. Some people are, very much worried about most of the companies. So, what is it that we have in store for people who are looking for such opportunities? Are they going to find brands with purpose in the future? Let's move forward. There is a rise in people's expressed importance to live life with a sense of purpose. 80% in 2000, and it's just moving up to 19% in almost 3 years. LinkedIn members want jobs that offer a sense of purpose. 74% of members place high value on finding work that delivers on a sense of purpose. It's very, very critical. I'm not only talking about HR, I'm talking about the survival of an organization, because an organization would mean people. Let's move forward. 83% of Gen Z in the US consider company's purpose when deciding where to work. This I'm very much clear about, because I also went through the Edelman report, which says 8 out of 10 people in US, they switched their job because they wanted to work with a company that has got a loftier purpose to offer. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. 6 to 9 year olds say that saving the planet will be the central mission of their careers in future. And some of those people who are now doing MBA, you would also be aspiring to be a planet warrior in the future. I'm 100% sure. Let's move forward. 84% of millennials value meaning in a day-to-day work, top priority for respondents, but only 53% of business leaders agree with that. Because there is still some difference in opinion in the leadership, and that is what is actually holding companies from embracing belief-driven business. We will come to that later. Let's move forward. We have talked about it. Let's move forward. Can we move forward? Have we got stuck up? Purposeful work increases workforce productivity. Definitely yes. See, you will do something good when you believe in what you do, and that is very important. The belief that you have, and every company, every brand is a belief system. And if you have a confidence in that belief system, you will give your 10%. And companies with belief or belief-driven companies, what we see is that the contribution from employees is very much on a higher side, contributing to the company's output. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. And there are also instances where now we see CEOs finding that they have something to do with regard to environment and even bringing about a change in the society. Let's move forward. 41% of Fortune 500 CEOs say solving social problems should be part of their core business strategy. So this is where we are moving towards. Let's move forward. So of course, we have seen the Industrial Revolution, which was done by human hands, led by human hands. Then we had the Technological Revolution led by the human intellect. And we are now moving towards a human revolution, which is going to be led by human hearts. So welcome to the world of purpose branding. And they say, today you should never make the mistake of making a brand, because a brand is not there anymore. You have to be a stand. You have to take your stance. You have to be known for championing a particular cause. Let's move forward. So, like I have said, it's not about creating a value proposition. What I feel is that today what you have to create is a value proposition. It's a value proposition. Let's move forward. This is an interesting talk. I know that as B school people associated with business studies, you might have probably seen this 100 times, but I do not know how far you have understood it. You know that guy called Simon Sinek? There's a Sinekian golden circle concept where he talks about the why, the how, and the what of a company. And he says that great businesses and great leaders communicate inside out, because people don't buy what you do. Today, people don't buy what you do. We have seen this research. I was trying to validate the point that today a consumer or your employee is not just looking at the money or the product or the service. He's looking beyond that. People don't buy what you do. They buy why you do. And that's the Sinekian circle all about. Let's move on to that. Let's see, if you look at companies that have been successful, companies that have good following in terms of customers, good loyal customers, you find that these are companies who have found out their why. They have understood what their why is. Apple is talking about being insanely creative. The why is basically your purpose. And what is your purpose as a company, as a person? Your purpose is your existential essence. Why do you wake up every day? Why have you come here? Why do you go to a school? Do you have a purpose? Why do you study in a business school? Why do you do MBA? Your purpose is leading you to a goal which is higher than everything else. So companies who have found the why, or the core purpose of the company, they are in a better position to navigate themselves in the new era that we are talking about. And of course, when we talk about how would deal with the processes that we would engage in order to achieve our why. And of course, what is pointing finger at the results that we are going to reap at the end of the day. But there is an interesting thing that Sinak talks about when he talks about his golden circle. If you look at these three circles, and if you look at it as a cross-section of your brain, from a neuroeconomic, neuromarketing perspective, if you look at it, look at the center and the second ring, the first and the second rings. In our brain, if you look at the outer ring, it is of course our neocortex, which is more engaged in interpreting very rational ways, things in very rational ways. But if you look at the second and the third rings within the structure, you understand that you are talking about the limbic system or the limbic brain. The limbic brain is the seat of goal-oriented behavior as well as of emotion. And there are 5 things that you see within the limbic brain. Of course, the hippocampus, hypothalamus, you have the cingulate gyrus, you have amygdala, and one more. Just right hatch, H-A-T-C-H. Hippocampus, hypothalamus, cingulate gyrus, and there is thalamus. Yeah, T stands for thalamus. So there are 5 things inside your limbic brain. And if you see the why and the how of a company, these are things that really affect your limbic system or your limbic brain, the seat of emotions and your behavior. And that is where your brand communication actually impacts your audience or your consumers. And he has beautifully talked about it and in his book, and it is something that you have to look at in depth, because I think instead of professors and other graduates probably teaching you marketing in future, it could be that some neuroscientists would probably replace me or Mr. Matthew Joseph in the future, in such a conference where probably a Colin camera could come and have an interface with you. Yeah. Let's move on. So based on this, we have been, as a company, we have been doing a research because we wanted to, we knew that these are the things that a company would require or a brand would require, a business would require in the future. And so for the past 1 decade, we have been researching so much to curate a model, and we came out with something called the brand purpose solutions model. Basically, if you look at it, it's a probabilistic causation model. You can move on to, it's a probabilistic causation model, which says that if you have a brand, the probability of discovering the higher purpose is very high. Because if you have a brand, inherently you have got a purpose there inside. You have to excavate it or you have to dig it up. It is possible. If you have a higher purpose, then of course the probability of telling authentic stories is on a higher side. Because if you have a purpose as a brand, then you will be creating real-time changes in the society as well as in the environment that you see. And rather than, probably creating a 30-second commercial to entice your audience, you'll be talking like Lifebuoy did. You're talking true stories to them, authentic stories to them. And then if you have authentic stories to tell, then you have high probability of affecting the limbic system, because authentic stories and real-time stories affect your limbic system much, much better than concocted stories or something that you create, fanciful, illusory ideas. And if you have affected the limbic system, then of course you can create affective commitment from all your stakeholders. And if you have created affective stakeholder commitment, then of course you have a high probability that you create sustainable profits for your company. So it all boils down to saying that if you have a higher purpose, you have a higher probability of achieving sustainable profits. And this is the model that we have evolved. And to take it to the next level, we thought, I cannot take this model to the market. So you need to have a market-facing model which you can suggest for brands to follow. And then, we created the market-facing model. I'll just show you the market-facing model. So in this, it is pretty clear that, you discover the purpose of your company, and we have tools that we have evolved to discover. We have processes by which we will enable or help a brand to excavate its purpose, discover its purpose. Then, of course, once you have discovered the purpose, your biggest challenge is to integrate purpose into your system. Because the purpose has to become a culture within the organization. And how you do this integration, you have to integrate it into your brand in terms of its persona, its people, through cultural immersion. Then, of course, its policies have to be relooked at, and a lot of things are there. And definitely, of course, then how do you start practicing your purpose is also very important, because you have to bring purpose to life. And the second thing would be, once you have achieved this is the first wedge that you are seeing, that the pink wedge. Once you have achieved that, you move on to the second wedge, where you talk about how you are going to do the cue coding for your communication. Because you have seen some commercials out there, 3 of them which I have conceived and created. All these commercials, before we get into the creative part of it, we do a, just like we create a website, we have a wireframe that we create to make it logically coherent to the brand logic that we want to communicate, or we want to realize through that communication. So effective communication is a communication that affects you. It's a word that we have borrowed from psychology. Then the delivery channels, of course, today people talk about the earned media or the paid media or the owned media. And of course, most of the purpose brands, since traditional advertising and media are also not working as good as before, would rely more on earned media for their propagation. And then, of course, the limbic system, we have talked about how the limbic system helps, because all brand communications, emotional communications affect your mid part of your brain, which takes care of your behavior and your emotional behavior. And that is very critical, and that's why emotion plays a vital role when it comes to communicating your brand. And of course, then the last wedge that we are talking about is the green wedge, where there are 3 priorities. One is the community. What is the impact that you create for the community? What positive impact you create to the community? Then, of course, for the customer, what is the extra value? As a belief-driven brand, you give him so that, he become your evangelist and starts propagating you, and you get to enjoy a lot of earned media. And, of course, the last but not the least, how it helps the company to achieve its goal of sustainable profits as well as equity or good reputation. So I think, is there any other slide that we have left out. Can you just, yeah. So for the new era that we are talking about, I think this is what is going to be very critical. Doing good is going to be good business. And with that note, I'm just going to end here. I think not that my time is up, but I have to rush for another meeting. I have already told Matthew sir, but I would love to take a couple of questions from you if you would want to go ahead and ask. Yeah.
Now it's time for a short Q&A session.
Sir, the technologies like AI, IoT, and everything has been great impact, creating a great impact. How did these technologies help you or enhance you in the during the COVID era session? How these technologies, emerged technologies like AI, IoT, helped you or enhanced you in marketing your brands during the post-COVID era?
May not be directly related to what we have been talking about for a while, but still, I think, see, if somebody asks you to do a research, get all of your mic, yeah. If somebody is going to ask you to do a consumer research, how will you do your research? How will you do your research?
First is try to understand the needs and wants of the market.
No. How will you go about doing this research? Can you sit at home and do this?
No.
You can. What else is sentimental analysis? In social media, you get, how do you do programmatic advertising? Because Google tells you that, there is an audience for your product. And we are delivering you so much of the audience. Because they already know through their programmatic, algorithm, that people who are interested in gardening in Changanasheri, within 10 kilometers of radius, we have so many people. So you want to talk to them, then you can put your ad there. You can. So technology has definitely enabled, and it is, and this is what I have talked in terms of social media. But there are also other softwares that are being created by developers. Where you get into I think Lulu Mall already has got that, because that is not programmatic advertising. It is called something else, but it is also contextual advertising. And they will show you an ad which is relevant to you, because they have kept panels, inside the shopping mall, and every time you get into a shop, you are being tracked. Every time you glance at one board, you are being tracked. Okay, so your opportunity to see the OTS is calculated, and it is going to the database. And when you again come there as a consumer, one ad that might probably play for you is something that you are looking for, a product or a movie or whatever. So contextual advertising is enabled. And that is the same case with remarketing, because you land up in a website, then you are being followed by the ads of a particular product or service that particular website people peddle. Correct. So in purpose branding, of course, this helps us because this gives us huge amount of consumer data.
Good afternoon, sir. So, when I try to develop a product that is in sustainable category and it is convenience good, what are the touch points I have to consider for long-term recall? For long-term recall, what are the touch points I have to consider for convenience good? And it is in sustainable product. Sustainable product, yes, yes, sir. So, what are the touch points I have to consider? Yes, for long-term recall of customers. For long-term recall of customers.
Sustainable business in a small way, then I think basically the touch points that you can create is to of course your social media, and through your social media you can also slowly upgrade to other touch points, like there are third party fulfillment representatives of Amazon, and because basically this is a challenge for most of the small industries now, because for small industries Amazon is very much into, because they have the Amazon small business Saturday and all that, because basically that is what is going to drive small businesses and sustainable businesses in the future, because sustainable businesses may not probably move on to the mass media or the highly paid kind of media. They would want people to propagate and evangelize for the product.
Thank you, sir.
So I think that social media space would be one space where you can start creating your touch points.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So that is the end of the Q&A session. Thank you so much, sir. That was truly,
Thank you.
Yeah, that was truly an insightful session.
Thank you so much. Thank you all.
The remarks you made on brand differentiation, opportunity shifting of consumers, then prosumers, and it was definitely thought-provoking. Yeah, I wish more people would have heard this educative sessions like this, sir. Thank you so much for being here. And on behalf of BIMS faculty family, I extend my sincere gratitude to you, sir. Thank you so much. Requesting Dr. Matthew Joseph, Coordinator, BIMS, to present a memento to Mr. Jimmy K. Thomas as a token of our appreciation.
With that, we come to the end of the morning session, requesting all the students to proceed to Powertil Hall for lunch. And you are requested and also strongly directed to be back in the hall by 1:45, because we need to start the next session at 2 o'clock sharp. So please make it fast. Yes, children. Thank you all. To talk about the profile of Mr. Adarsh Nair, Adarsh joined Airtel after spending 16 and more years in the United States, where his most recent role was at Convoy as the Vice President of Product and Growth. At Convoy, Adarsh was responsible for building a digital marketplace for trucks and helped grow the company to a unicorn in under 2 years. Before joining Convoy, Adarsh was leading product, data, and engineering at Marchex, a mobile advertising analytics company. Adarsh also held leadership roles at Microsoft, where he led the product group for browser technologies and managed 700 monthly active users. He also worked at McKinsey and Company, helping future Fortune 100 companies in technology and retail. At Airtel, Adarsh is responsible for Airtel's digital business, Airtel Ads, Airtel IQ, Wink Music, and Extreme Video. Product vision and strategy across Airtel's B2C and B2B products, as well as pay, data, and distribution platforms. Customer experience leader for Airtel's 320 more consumers, 2,000 enterprise businesses, and 1M SMBs. Adarsh completed his MBA from the Wharton School. He holds engineering degrees from BITS Pilani and the University of Florida. Over to you, Mr. Adarsh Nair.
To be in front of all of you. So as I was talking to Dr. Chris, one of the questions I asked is, what would all of you love to hear about? And the one thing I got back is like Airtel had a very interesting journey the last many years in the face of disruption. So how was that journey? That was one question that I heard all of you would be very interested to hear about. And then the second part was, how could you take learnings from that and apply it to your own careers? You're all at this very interesting point in your life where there's a lot of education, there's a lot of learnings for you through your campus programs, and now some of you are going to head out into the world to go achieve great things. So what are the learnings that you can take as a part of this journey into the big achievements that you're going to have later in your life? So that's what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to share a presentation with you now. Okay. Could you enable me sharing a presentation? Would that be okay? Would that be possible? Or I'm happy to do it without that. Okay, let me try this without the presentation because I'm not able to share it. So, see, when you think about the journey that Airtel has been through, I'm going to take you back to 2016, where Jio entered the telecom universe, right? And that was a very important moment. Many of you are aware of it. They distributed telecom at scale. Telecom became free. India's penetration of telecom is north of like 90% now. So that's a very democratized moment for India in terms of internet and mobility. But what happened as a part of that is the telecom industry, which had about 10 big companies, almost 80% of those companies do not exist today. So it was a very massive industry that got crushed because of the entry of Jio. So $32 billion industry in 2017, just in 2 years in 2019 got reduced to $22 billion. That's a massive destruction of value. But at the same time, there was mobility spreading all over India. Now, when that happened, what was left is 3 telecom players. There was Jio, there was Airtel, and then Vodafone and BSNL. Both not very stable, but they were around, right? So now the big question that Airtel asked in that moment is, what should a company do when literally telecom was being offered in the country for free? Because that was what was the state. Prepaid was almost free in the market. That's a very challenging time frame for any business. So this is where, when you think about disruption,
I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what did a company like Airtel do to actually overcome this problem. So here is a few things that we did. The first thing that a company really needs to think about is, you really need to set up a new vision for yourselves, right? And in many of your lives, you're going to be asked the same question, where do you see yourself in the future, right? So same way, for that company, it was a time to set up a new vision. And what came out of it was very simple. There were two simple things the company did. One, it changed the focus back to the customer. And we said, listen, we are going to work for our best customers, because that's probably the only right thing to do there is when there is no advantage in terms of pricing. And telecom is literally free. I don't know how many of you remember, back in 2018, end of 2018, early 2019, Airtel shed close to 40 million customers. And for many of you who will run business in the future, think about that problem. You're a business that is running a very large base and 40 million you're letting go. That's a very difficult action for anybody to take. Airtel took that action. And the reason why we took that action is because we wanted to focus on the 200 plus million customers who were what we call quality customers. They came here, they offered us money, and they were looking for a good service back. So that is one big thing that we did. It literally changed where we put a lot of our energy and resources. So that's a very important kind of focus that we did at Airtel. The second big thing that we focused on is, how about generating a new mindset? Now, this is what we're going to talk about more today. Airtel was a company that was very good at marketing, that was very good at operations, and we decided to invest in this area called digital. And some of you who are from the background of engineering will understand it, where you actually have a product mindset to go build things, much like maybe a Swiggy or an Amazon. So they decided back in 2018, they're going to make this change, that we are now going to have a different mindset, an agile mindset in terms of how we develop product for these great customers we care about. So these were two fundamental decisions in terms of vision that the company made way back in 2018, right? Now, the next thing that was very important for Airtel is, as a company with limited resources, we cannot do everything. So while we had a vision that we are now going to focus on customers and we're going to be a digital technology company, the real problem was we could not focus on everything. So we had to focus on a few things that matter a lot. So in your life too, we're going to talk about this. This matter of making choices become very important. And here, Airtel set up a very clear charter. We decided to double down on the core business that we had, which is our mobility business. We do broadband. Some of you might be trying our services, broadband. We do live TV, which is the DTH cable TV, and then a big B2B business. We decided to focus on that business and make that great. So a variety of changes happened in the core business. For example, before 2018, if you want to go buy something as simple as a SIM, you would have to go walk into a prepaid or Kirana store and buy it, your neighborhood store and buy it. Today, you can go to the app and buy that same SIM online. So those changes started happening in the core business. The second thing we did, and this is a bit technical, but for those of you who are very interested in building technology businesses, you will understand this. We started platformatizing the business, which means, think about a simple idea. There is a mobility business, a customer is coming, buying a SIM, and you're paying for it. There's a broadband business, you went and got a broadband connection, you're paying for it. The payments were all done in different systems. So we said this is waste. Let's bring all of this together under a single system. This is called platformatization. So we platformatized the company. So we did things like pay as a platform, data as a platform. You hear so much about data. Airtel sits on billions of records of data. So we brought that together as data as a platform. And then came network as a platform and so many more. So this idea about making choices, we made the choice to invest in the core business and extract platforms, which allowed us then to diversify. So this is the third thing I want to talk about. After you set a vision and you make a choice, you need to go figure out how do you build new businesses? How do you grow further? And this is where Airtel launched Airtel Digital. And this is a new company that Airtel has launched, inside which many new businesses are being launched, and we do it in a very, very efficient fashion using the platforms that Airtel has built. So we've got a new company called Airtel Ads, which does ad tech. We've got a new company called Airtel IQ, which does something called CPaaS, Cloud Platform as a Service. We've got an entertainment company that is Wink and Extreme, etc. So this diversification became the third strategy with which Airtel approached the market. So if you look at what did Airtel do after this catastrophic situation in 2018, we set up on a new vision, we made clear choices, and then finally we diversified to build new revenue streams. See, and what's happened because of all those choices that Airtel has made, today Airtel is a significantly strong company. From 2018, when our stock price was 300 rupees, today the same stock price is hovering around 700 rupees, expected to go to 900 within months. When you look at the ARPU, which is the average revenue per user in India, it used to be about 100 rupees back in 2019. Today, that is at about 170 rupees. That is massive in terms of gains. Let me tell you a few other facts that happened about this company as we made this evolution. Digital MAU, which is the average users that come to us through our digital channels in a month, grew from almost nothing, like 10 million, to 200 million users. Our mobility business, where we gave up 40 million customers, and we were something 240, 250 million customers, today we are back at 350 million customers. Broadband business moved from 3 million to 4 million homes, etc., etc., etc. So overarchingly, it's been a wonderful journey for a company that was literally asking the question, will we survive? Because 10 other companies died in that same time, to today being a phenomenally resilient, strong company that is driving the digital agenda of India into the future. So this is the story of Airtel, which I want to share with all of you. Now what I want to do is, I want to apply this back a little. That's what I think is most important for all of you. And I'll try to share a few lessons from my own life as I reflect back on the journey of Airtel. So first thing, let's talk about vision. See, around the same time when I was your age, I think I finished my undergrad from Pilani, and then I did my master's and MBA from Wharton, UPenn. As a kid, I thought I wanted to become a fighter pilot. That was my first ambition. You know, like every kid wants to be flying a plane or driving a car or whatever it was. I want to be a fighter pilot. I had a vision. You know, this is what I'm going to be. So then I thought, okay, what school do I go to, what not? But as time changed, at some point in time, I'm not very, you know, you can call it what it is. I thought I wanted to be like in Shamak Davar's dance troupe. I used to be an excellent dancer back in college, right? So that was also a lot of fun. But in reality, what did I end up doing? I ended up in this job, where today I'm a product specialist. I'm a person who builds companies. So you can see that journey of when I first thought I want to be a fighter pilot, I started investing in things that I thought would be relevant to be a fighter pilot. Then I thought I'll start a dance company. I invested in things that I thought would be relevant for that. I used to go for dance competitions, whatnot. But soon after that, this realization came into my mind that I want to build companies. And then I started on a journey to gain all the skills required to go build companies. So one advice I have for all of you is set a vision. It does not matter what it is, but have an aspiration saying, I want to be this. Because the minute you tell that to yourself, like Airtel, you will start building a plan towards that. And it doesn't matter if you get it right at the beginning. I went from fighter pilot to dancer to company builder, right? All of you will have your own journey to go get there. So that's my first thought about setting a vision up for yourselves, because you are the strategic asset. And the career is the journey by which you attain it. So have a vision for yourself. The next thing I want to talk about is to make choices in your life. So today, many of you are doing MBA, many of you are probably specializing in other disciplines in your life. Be very clear that when you go out in the whole wide world, there is going to be many choices greeting you. Some of you might think that I want to go start some company on the side. Others might say I want to join a company and do work for somebody else. Some of you might go decide to join a non-profit and help that non-profit grow. So many choices, right? Be very clear that if you have set up a vision for yourself, whatever choice you make is a choice in that direction. Is a choice in that direction. And think of your life as building blocks. I'll give you my example. When I decided to go become a company builder, think about the amount of skill sets you need to go do this right. You probably want to be good at building products. So I invested a lot of time being an engineer. I invested a lot of time being a product manager. Then later I realized that to really make a company successful, I need to understand strategy, marketing. So I went to business school, learned strategy, spent 2 years at McKinsey, only specializing in strategy. Then I took up a job in marketing. All these are skill sets I developed over time because of that singular vision that I want to build something. So make choices in your life and be very clear and deliberate about why you're making those choices so that it builds up to a plan, right? So that's a very important thing that if you can pull it off, there's nothing like it. So set up a vision, now be clear on your choices. There's a third lesson I would love to share with all of you, and this has benefited me a lot, which is try and diversify your talent. See, many of you, I'm sure, are very talented in many things in what you do. The question you got to ask yourself is, in order to that choice that you made, you probably are dedicating a lot of time investing in yourself. So that's good. But any great company, including Airtel, when they had to go build new businesses, when they had to really grow, they had to create Airtel Digital. They had to create these adjacencies, as we call it, right? In your life, it's no different. If you can create those adjacencies, if you can create new skill sets, it'll make you more valuable. So from being an engineer, to understanding how to build products, to understanding how to market a product, to finally bringing it all together, to be a general manager who can launch companies, all this is that diversification that's giving you the skill set to go with. So that'll be the third big lesson. Last but not the least, one thing I would love all of you at some point in time in your life to really develop is what I call a growth mindset. See, many of you, when you are at this stage in your life, life may look challenging to some of you. Others might find it just fine. But for many of you, it might be challenging because you got to earn a job, then you got to go rise up this ladder, or you want to build your own company. How do you do that? If you have a growth mindset, all it means is no matter how big a challenge you've taken on, you're always ready to experiment, try new things, and learn. And failure is okay. So this is something I encourage everybody at Airtel to do. In fact, Airtel does it as a company, is never be in fear, try new things, and be okay with failure. And if you do fail, no big deal, get up again, try more things. As long as you're learning, and as long as you're heading in the right direction, you should be confident of who you are and where you want to be. So this is the construct of a growth mindset, which I would highly encourage all of you to pick up. And if you are able to do all this, in that journey, please don't forget to have fun, because at the end of the day, all of us are best when we are happy and when we are positive in our mindset. So that's something I would absolutely love all of us for you to have, is a fantastic career ahead of you, where you're happy, where you're positive, and doing the things you love. So with that, let me stop this presentation, and I'm more than happy to take questions if you have any. So feel free to ask, and I'm more than happy to share my thoughts. Does anybody have any questions, or is there any way by which we can share it in the chat?
Sir, would you like to play the PPT you wanted to see, or at that time there was...
Okay, because I said everything in the PPT.
Okay.
So I think we're good. So now we can take
We are
questions.
leaving an open, leaving it an open forum. Yeah.
Students can raise their queries now. It's time for a short Q&A.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, myself is Karya Thomas, and I'm the Corporate Relation Officer for BIMS. So actually, I would like to ask a question, especially for the students. So after COVID hit, the job industry completely got changed, especially for the managers, because everything changed by the AI, or everything goes online. So as an MBA student, how they want to prepare for the next generation?
If you're experiencing it, earlier there were business managers. MBAs used to go become business managers. So we used to have marketing managers, we have customer experience managers, we have sales leaders, I think all those jobs are going to continue. All those jobs are going to continue. There's only going to be one change. There is going to be a demand on the people coming into those jobs to be aware of what it means to be digital. This is going to be the minor change that's going to come in. I'll give you an example. Back in 2018, when you look at Airtel's marketing department, and I spent 3 years in marketing myself, so that's a department I really love, right? What does the marketing team do? They would actually come and plan big TV campaigns. They would plan some sort of SMS campaigns. They would plan offline events. This was the primary job. Then they would spend some time on pricing, on proposition, okay, all this stuff. Now think about the job that is involved. TV campaign, offline campaign. They used to go design one creative, one message, and try to make it work for everybody. Because it's TV, you know, you are not going to be able to change your message and all the time. So that was 2018. Today, the same marketing team, what is their job? Yes, they do TV. They can still do an offline campaign, no problem. 80% of their time is today being spent on digital marketing. What has changed? Creative can be thousands of creative. Messages inside the creative can be thousands of messages. I have no problem. Why? I have a digital marketing platform from where I am taking customer segments and applying messages and doing A/B testing. A/B testing is a simple idea about I showed this message to Adarsh, I showed another message to Adarsh, which message got Adarsh to react. So A/B testing. These are all frameworks that the marketing team is doing today, and they are digitally marketing inside Airtel. Our spend, 50-60% of the total marketing spend has gone into digital marketing spend. So when you think about the simple example of marketing, this idea about what is technology going to do to make your job better, my encouragement to all of you is using the growth mindset. Learn that. Because if you can learn that, then you are still a great marketing manager for the new age. While you very well can do TV campaigns and SMS campaigns and offline campaigns. So this is an example that tells you what is the evolution I'm expecting. While I don't expect the roles to change, I do expect an upgrading of the skill set in those roles to be digitally savvy. So I hope that gives you a sense of what's coming, but you can apply this to sales, you can apply this to customer experience, you can apply it to any job under the planet. It's this technology enhancement that I think all of us need to retrain for so that we can be more effective at those things.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir. My name is
Hello.
Sunil. So my question is, what are the pricing strategies adopted by the Airtel at this competitive market?
Very good. So see, one good thing, again, good question. Pricing is very important. I just told you the market was literally free for many years. So honestly, when market is free, there is no pricing strategy, and which was a real problem that we ran into. But what did we do? We said, listen, for the customers who appreciate our service, we will continue working with them, which is why I said at the beginning, we just chose to focus on quality customers. And we priced at a much lower price, but we still priced way above Jio and everybody else. Today, the problem is different. Today, if you look at it, the market has matured. There is an established pricing in the market today. Jio is also pricing their plan, so is Airtel. See, now comes the real marketing genius of pricing. So I would say 2018, I don't think there was any strategy behind pricing except to price what we can get. Today, we are back to a normal scenario. How do we price? Depending on the products. I'll take the example of mobility. See, when you think about mobility segment, the concept of pricing goes like this. You have to understand your customer. So mobility is so ubiquitous all over India, starting from a Swiggy rider to an exec of a company, all of them needs mobility. So the first question we ask is, do we understand our customers well? So for that Swiggy rider, it's very important to understand what is the income he or she makes in a month. And what percentage of that can we really expect to take for mobility? That is one service that we offer them. So we think a lot about income segmentation. And based on that income segmentation, we then create plans for mobility. So for example, you can get a mobility plan as cheap as probably 200 rupees. and then our most premium plan could be in thousands of rupees. So that's kind of the delta of just pricing, and we've got many plans in the middle for variety of income segments. So that is one way we price. Now, how are we able to do this pricing differentiation? For example, if it is only a prepaid number, then why would I price a 200 price plan at 1000 rupees? Because customers will say this is not fair. So therefore what we do is we try to package in new benefits above and beyond mobility into the more premium plans. For example, a simple construct could be for the more premium plans, we may actually give add-on plans at a cheaper price. For the more premium plans, when you call our call centers, it is a 0-second delay to reach an agent who can help you. For the more premium plans, if you're flying abroad using IR, our customer service will extend over there also. If your SIM goes bad, we'll send you a SIM by mail. It'll come to you, no hassle. So a lot of experience features has been packaged into the more premium plans. Similarly, for the more premium plans, we might give you Airtel Extreme packaged into the plan. We might give you Wink, which is our music app, packaged into the plan. So these are different ways by which we differentiate products, create income segmentation, and then build pricing tiers across a product like mobility. Now, we can apply the same principles to broadband, DTH, and variety of other businesses. Hopefully you get a sense of how we do that.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, sir. When Vodafone and Idea merged, how it affected Airtel?
So, that's a wonderful question. See, what's happened with the Vodafone Idea merge, and I'm only trying to be factual here, so I'm going to try to build an opinion, because we respect Vodafone Idea a lot. I don't think the merger went well, right? So, in the beginning, if you look at 2018, Vodafone and Idea was probably larger than Airtel after they merged. They were, in fact, I believe larger than Jio also. But in the many quarters that followed, their share dropped very drastically. At one point in time, they were 35 points of share or more. Today, they are, I think, 20 points or hovering around that region. So they've dropped 15 points of share in the market. So what's happened to a company like Airtel? We are a premium phone brand. So all the premium customers of Vodafone Idea started moving into Airtel. And that is one big reason why our share went to now 36 percentage points of market share. We are at about 30 at the lowest. So it's one of the largest growth that we've seen. A lot of it has actually come from Vodafone Idea and their premium customers. So the merger, I don't think was the best merger that happened. I don't think they got it right. It's very unfortunate because we do believe in Vodafone Idea being around and it's important for competition. And because of that, a lot of the premium customers from Vodafone Idea has moved to Airtel. So in that particular fashion, it has benefited us. So that's a positive. But there's also a negative. See, what happens in a business like telecom is it is a very heavy capex business. And you're all MBA students. So you understand what capex and opex means, right? Capex is a lot of money taken in the beginning and you have to deploy it before the start of the business. So it's money gone. And now you have to extract, right, revenue so that you can make up on the capex. So as you know, in the telecom business, you need towers. And on the towers, you need radios, right? When Vodafone and Airtel came together, they invested together in this tower company. And there were towers all over the country. And we had deployed the money to go build the towers, right? The issue that happened is when Vodafone and Idea merger did not go well, their ability to support these towers became a problem. In many markets where they exited, now the entire pressure of the capex of the tower fell only on Airtel. So these are some of the negative effects of Vodafone Idea not being strong. But we've managed that well and it's factored into our growth plan right now. So that will be another impact of what happened to Vodafone Idea on Airtel's overall strategy and P&L. Hopefully that gives you a sense, two thoughts at least, on the impact Vodafone Idea merger has had on Airtel.
Thank you, sir.
Very glad to meet you, sir. So I'm a student, and my question is that how can a new entrepreneur become a success in this new era? Because when this politics is interfering with many privatization and corporate world. So from that perspective, when we are looking that we are a very small fish in a big ocean. So what are the challenges and how can we become become successful in the future?
Very good question. And thank you for asking that. So, see, one of the companies I worked for before I got here is a company called Convoy. And Convoy is a US company, and we were in the trucking business, where we were building technology that used to connect lorries or trucks, as you call it here, to big businesses like Unilever and all that, and we used to help them manage the logistics. Can you guys still hear me? I think I lost the video feed.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, good. So that was Convoy, right? Now, if you ask the question, would Convoy ever have been successful? Why? They were multi-billion-dollar companies running logistics in the US much before Convoy came to market. So then the question is really simple, and I was among the first 15 people in that company. So we were a very small group of people, or in your words, small fish. Because it is not like we knew any better. Yeah? We were a bunch of technologists trying to go build something. So what's the thesis of the small fish actually becoming big fish? The thesis is very simple. When you decided to go build a business, are you truly solving the need of a customer? Now the customer can be a consumer like you, the customer can be a big company like Unilever. But are you solving a real problem? This is where the insight begins. If you don't know the customer, if you don't know what their needs are, and you don't have a problem that really that you think needs to be solved, my recommendation is you can try, but I think it's going to be really hard for you to build a business. I'll never stop you from trying. Keep trying, no problem. But without these factors, I don't think you can build great business. Any great entrepreneur, they always started with an idea that began with a customer problem and how they solved it. So let me tell you for Convoy, what was the big insight we had? See, we started Convoy, I think it was around 2015-16 time frame. The trucker population in America did not have access to what we call here 4G phones. They were actually working on handsets that were not digital. The big inflection point of the phone and connectivity happened on the trucker around that 15-16 time frame. The first question we asked is, can we then put our app on the phone and start aggregating all these trucks like it has never happened before? And that was the first insight. Second insight was the cost of running the truck was still very, very high for Unilever and many other companies. Can we go to them and use technology to go reduce the cost? This is the second big problem we thought. And the third, the broker, the person who's connecting the truck to the big business, we went and saw how they worked. They were working on paper and pen. So they would write down a small little note saying, I don't know how many of you know Malayalam, but Ernakulam enikku load ayanam to Kottayam. Right? Now he's writing that on a piece of paper. Ernakulam, Kottayam, load. Now, unfortunately, as he was writing Kottayam, let's say for some stupid reason he forgot he wrote Kottarakara. What happens to the truck is, the truck will go to Ernakulam, pick up the load and go to Kottarakara. And when he reaches there, there is no address. Massive failure all across, lots of money lost. This was a problem that was happening regularly in the industry because everything was paper and pen. Na? Sometimes I read it wrong, sometimes I wrote it wrong. We also thought we could automate away all those problems. See, with that intention, we entered the market. We knew clearly who the customer was. We had a customer on one side, which is the company itself, Unilever. On the other side, we had the trucker. If we can make their lives better using our technology, we knew there was a business here. Second, how big is this business? See, if the business was only 1 crore, then I wouldn't have started the business. Why? 1 crore is not enough for me to build this big technology. The business of trucking in the US was a $1 trillion industry. Trillion. So big. Which means even if I was able to solve 2-3 small problems, I can be a multi-billion-dollar company. So with this intelligence, we started working on the problem. And then using the growth mindset that I told you before, We kept iterating, trying different things, and we started striking gold. In a matter of 2 years, that company went from nothing to $1 billion. $1 billion is where we were in 2018 when I left the company to come to it. So that just tells you the story of there is nothing called small fish. There is nothing called politics and regulation. Yes, these are all challenges everywhere. Do you truly know your customer? And do you believe the customer has a real problem? And can you solve it? And if this is the truth that you follow and go after, and let's say you've got a very talented team, I believe chances of success are much higher than failure. That's at least my 2 cents on how you try. My last thought on this is, see, your first startup may not actually win. And that's okay. It may not be because of you, it may not be because of the market, but things happen. Don't lose heart. Because it's only after multiple attempts, sometimes you get the biggest things working. You're all familiar with this company called Airbnb. Airbnb in the US, right? Even in India right now, you have Airbnb. You know how much time the founders took before the company made any money? Can anybody in the audience give me one guess? How many years before Airbnb started making material revenue? Let's say $1 million of revenue. How many years? Anybody in the audience, you want to make a guess? 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? I would love one of you to just give me a guess, if you can.
10 years.
You're actually right. It took them 8 years to actually make material revenue. 8 years. So imagine, and of course, Brian Chesky is right now a multi-billionaire. But if he had lost faith on the 3rd year or the 4th year, then we wouldn't be talking about Brian Chesky and Airbnb. So I'm not recommending all of you to spend 8 years with no revenue in any company, but that was Brian Chesky's resolution, that he will go make it happen. Why? Because he believed in the problem. When you guys go start out your own business, at least have 2-3 years of resilience to believe in the problem that you've taken up and pivot as needed. That's the way you build great companies. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Students actually have many more questions to ask, but due to time constraints, we need to move on. Before ending this, a word of gratitude, sir. It was such a wonderful opportunity for all of us to listen to the words of a chief executive officer of one of the top telecom brands. I want you to know how much we are captivated by your words. We owe you special thanks for touching on the subject on platformization, the power of diversification strategy, and guiding our students with your thoughts on it. Your speech not only attracted a great strength of listeners, but also kept everyone inspired to have a growth mindset. Thank you for capturing the audience so well. I extend my sincere gratitude on behalf of Berchmans Institute of Management Studies. Thank you, sir.
It's been a pleasure, everybody. Thank you so much for having me, and wish all of you the very best in your careers.
in a college as prestigious as yours. And thank you all for inviting me to the Berchmans International Conference and to be a part of this. Thank you first, Dr. Verghese, for inviting me here, allowing me to be a part of this event. The one thing that I noticed before I would kind of, let's say, started speaking is very ubiquitously, right? Many of you, and I'm not intending this to be a slight, many of you were on your cellular phones, or what we call phones nowadays. The word cellular has got dropped out over a period of time because technology is itself changed. So one thing which I'd like to ask the group, and I don't know whether, madam, you would be able to help me understand their answers if you can, is for the people to tell me what were they doing on the phone while they were waiting for me to start. So I guess, I mean, I'm not asking for any confidential data, or it's not an invasion of people's privacy here, but I guess if I was to ask people, how many of you were on social media, and if you can basically show me a hand, and don't worry, I don't think any of your professors or teachers is going to kind of, let's say, yell or scream or screech at you, because I'd like to understand just for the sake of my information. Any volunteers?
Students, please.
So how many of you were on social media of any sort? Facebook, Instagram, all the newer versions of these that exist today. My son tells me there is something called Discord that has taken over. I have no clue what that means as well, but okay. I don't think there are too many volunteers, but the key thing, right, and what I wanted to talk to you about here, and what Dr. Verghese wanted me to talk about today, is the changing phase of marketing. And I'll for a moment step back, right? Marketing for all of us, many of you, I'm sure, as students would be also looking to major in marketing and look at further, let's say, career choices in marketing. What marketing has been traditionally is a way of communication, right? And if you go back, right, in many of the mediums of communication that have actually happened, you will realize that historically communication has always been one-sided, right? When I say one-sided, it's basically broadcast. I mean, if you look at a medium like a television, if you look at a medium like print, if you look at any of the other mediums, you basically see that there is a one-dimensional point of view to communication per se, right? And of course, there is a whole lot of facets beyond that in the communication itself. But I think the most important part is that there is an angle to what I would call as one-dimensional or a one-way communication that is very clear. The most important part of what I'd like to basically talk about is that communication has, over a period of time, become two. What do I mean by communication becoming two-way? Is that now a organization, or similar to that, a company, is basically talking to customers. While they are talking to customers, they are also in many ways trying to figure out whether those customers are able to talk back to them. Many of you have talked about or heard about social media engagements. Many of you have basically heard about brands becoming very content-driven and engaging with their consumers. What do these mean, right? These fundamentally mean that brands are putting themselves out there and are inviting opinions of people. Previously, the opinions of these people used to be seen in the preference for a brand that used to manifest itself in terms of sales. Today, you see that this preference for a brand is actually being voiced out in an active response to that brand's actual content. And that's the change that has taken the world by storm. Today, digital is a forefront for communication, which used to be barely existent in people's budgets in the 90s, to moving to single-digit percentages in companies' budgets in 2000s, right? Today, if you take companies, almost entire budgets are going into digital media, right? There are some companies which are brick and mortar, which are slow to change, right? Which have still followed the traditional medium. The traditional media haven't gone out of existence. But these companies still have almost 30 to 40% of their media spend on digital. Digital communication has become more expensive over a period of time, right? A YouTube spot that used to cost rupees X for a 45-second spot that used to precede any particular content that was streamed out, today costs almost 7x in a period of 5 years. That is the extent to which the property has become that much sought after. cost of digital content is multiplying. And all of this is happening because of people like you. What is the difference between people like you who are the customers of tomorrow and the people like me who are, in a way, the customers of yesterday? The fundamental difference is the media of communication itself has changed, right? It is mainly digital, may be aided by other means, but the principal medium is digital now. Secondly, it is moved to two-way communication. Brands can no longer assume that they will be able to talk to customers without hearing back from customers, right? And that's a radical change. Instantaneously, you have responses to advertisements of very, very major brands that have actually caused them to need to pull it down in response to a social backlash across mediums like Twitter, Facebook, and all of that within a matter of days, if not a single day. Many of you are aware of these anecdotes, so I'm not going to quote examples here. That is the power of two-way communication. The brands instantaneously know. The second most important point about this is the immediacy of response. I mean, you have brands like Amul today, which are so contextual. A brand like Amul, many of you would know, I don't know how many of you know that the parent of Amul is an organization called GCMMF, right? It was formed as a cooperative, very, very, very importantly by a gentleman, Dr. Kurian, who really kind of held it together, gave it this shape, and made it what it was. But remember, today Amul is not known in the younger generation as much for what it was as it is for what it is. Most people in the younger generation remember Amul for the hoardings and the contextual postings that they do on various topics. The Amul girl has become a very, very current topic face. Right? Amul has become a very current brand. Why? Because it is contextual. Instantaneously, people tweet and retweet what has been posted by Amul. Right? The immediacy of response is amazingly fast. Right? That's the third thing that you will see. You will see responses. I mean, today, there is a separate stream of marketing that has emerged in response to this particular immediacy of response called performance marketing. Many of you may be aware of it. Many of you might be getting ready to study it. Many of you might be studying it actually. It is basically about bidding for keywords in searches, redirecting searches, looking at people's ability to kind of direct traffic back onto sites through social media campaigns or social media interactions. Today, many technology companies spend more than half of their budget in performance marketing. And the immediacy of the response is like this. You put a rupee in performance marketing, within 30 minutes, you will start seeing a response in terms of your sale numbers. Right? And that as a stream of marketing did not exist 10 years ago. A decade ago, that did not exist. Today also, many people get to know what is performance marketing only after leaving colleges and getting into a working environment and seeing what is the amount of money that people spend there. Many of your so-called e-commerce majors that are existent today spend half their budgets in performance marketing across digital platforms, be it a Google, be it a Facebook, be it a Meta, be it any of these platforms. They spend half their budgets in performance marketing. What does the performance marketing do? It gives them instantaneous boost in performance. So the whole thing that I am actually trying to work around too, in many ways, is that there is actually a phase shift that is happening in terms of the content, the reach, and the outcomes that are being chased for.
Hello, sir. Are you there? So you're muted on the audio and you are not seen on the video either. Hello, sir.
Sorry, madam. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Right, sorry, I got a call while I'm on the phone, so my connectivity got disrupted. My problems with technology, like I said. So, what I'm in a way trying to tell a group of students here is that marketing fundamentally has changed. Marketing has changed in terms of the media that it actually kind of moves towards. Marketing has changed in terms of the nature of the communication. Marketing has changed in terms of the speed of response. Now, there is one more big change that has happened in terms of what marketing has moved towards, right? And some of you may be privy to this, some of you may not, right? There is something that is again emerging called retargeting. Now, many of you would have experienced this. If you go on to Amazon and you browse for something and you move off Amazon into another platform, you will suddenly start seeing ads for Amazon on that platform. Right? Another science that has come up, retargeting. Right? There are people who actually build platforms for being able to retarget. Retargeting has become a major science. It has its own set of conversion metrics associated with it. It has its own set of budgets associated with it. Right? Now, retargeting gives rise to one more very, very important thing that I'd like to speak about here, which is the knowledge of the customer as an individual rather than the customer as a collective. See, what used to happen with traditional media is that customers were broadly typecast into the, I mean, many of you who read old books on marketing, and I'm deliberately calling them old books on marketing, would have talked about, demographical differences in customers. In India, the favorite term that we used to use from a marketing point of view was an SEC-A, an SEC-B, an SEC-C, and all of those kind of things. At best, if I remember my first marketing brief, we used to talk about an SEC-B, B+ customer residing across major towns and cities and driving a two-wheeler, having an annual income of so much. That's the way we used to be able to describe our customer. Today, that has dramatically changed. Today, we are able to describe the customer in terms of what that individual, he or she, consumes, what she watches, what she or he buys, and all of that is possible because there is one medium that is now beginning to intervene or prevail in all of these behaviors, and that medium is digital. Today, one question here, again, a quiz question for the audience. How many of you know how many keystrokes that you type into Google when you search does Google store and for what period of time? And what does it do with these keystrokes? And why is Sundar Pichai in court today in the US defending some of the actions that Google takes? Quiz question. How many keystrokes does Google store when you type things into Google? Be it on a search or be it on any of the other interactions with Google. For how long? And what does it do with it? Anybody?
Life law.
Okay. How many keystrokes does it store? Does it have a capacity limitation?
No.
So there is a capacity limitation because unfortunately Google also has servers, right? And those servers have limited capacity, though they keep on increasing the capacity of these servers over a period of time. So they store data that each of us interact with on Google for a finite period of time. That period of time changes. It is not a lifetime. That number used to be 3 years at one point of time. Today that number stands at anywhere between 7 and 10 years. Right? And they don't publish this data very easily because it's in a way a violation of people's privacy. And that's a separate point that I'll come to. But what they do with this data is that you search for something, they know that you are searching for this. So a person who's searched for something, a person who's explored some websites, a person who's actually transacted on a particular digital commerce site, a person who's bought something. And now that basically Google and Facebook and all have also become major media sites for marketing, they also know what is the kind of marketing content that is being directed towards me as a customer. So they know, for example, I bought on Amazon.com, Amazon.in, I bought my groceries yesterday. And when I bought my groceries, I prefer Sundrop peanut butter as against some other peanut butter, right? And they use this fact. So what they end up doing is that they end up dissecting customer preferences to an absolute n is equal to 1 cohort. Now this used to be the dream of every marketer. right? When we talked about customer cohorts at one point of time, like I said, SECB is a very, very broad classification. Today, SECB is no word that nobody uses anymore, right? We talk about customer cohorts that are designed not only on the basis of your income, they are designed on the basis of your behavior. If you go to a particular, let us say, restaurant and post saying you've been at that restaurant, depending on the kind of people that normally visit that restaurant, you become classified into one kind of people. If your preference in cuisine there that you posted saying I've had South Indian, people will know that you prefer South Indian. You again get subsegmented within those set of people. Right? Supposing you say after that you've had a pan and you post it on Instagram, got it? One more bit of information that I have. So what the ability to do here is the ability to look at pieces of data that a consumer puts out on the digital media or on digital information streams or on digital transaction streams and to be able to piece them together to construct a preview or an image of every single customer. And what used to be a problem earlier is now a boon. Earlier, the cost of reaching one customer through a television advertisement was impossible, first of all, right? Because the media did not allow you to talk to one customer directly. Today, you can talk to a person by posting ads on your Facebook account or your Google account or your email or any of the other areas where you as a person are individually going to interact. So the ability to segment customers has become another fine science. Supporting this, there has become one more fine science that many of you would have heard about called data analytics or big data. Why is this important? The amount of data that is now being generated by people on digital media now works into terabytes per day. The total amount of data that we generate in a day now on digital is equivalent to 20 years of data that we were generating in 2001. That is the extent of data that we generate. So somebody has to handle that data, somebody has to segment that data, somebody has to be able to piece that data together to make sense out of it. Right? The last part that I'd like to speak about to the students here, and I'm trying to keep it as brief and as interactive as possible, is that there is a last piece which I would like you or I would like to request you to kind of consider, which is about privacy. Okay? What does privacy mean and why is privacy important? Okay? One very important thing that all of us realize now that I don't know how many of you are aware about Google storing keystrokes and about the amount of data that any of the sites holds about you, but they hold a phenomenal amount of information. And what we as users actually put out as information by simply agreeing to check that box saying, I agree whenever you go onto a site, is actually fairly harmful. Because we are agreeing to terms and conditions that we have no intentions of reading or even understanding. You don't know what all you have given rights to when you agree to a particular terms and conditions on your phone. I know of credit rating agencies that take the information from your SMS on your bank balances as well as on your credit card transactions and use that to construct your credit card profile. Just because you as a person have downloaded an app which has given them a permission to do so. Now, the question is, would you as an individual want that agency to know about your bank balance? Because the bank has sent you an SMS with your bank balance? Or the quantum of your credit card usage or debit card usage? Or, let us say, failure of your credit card attempts because I have not paid my credit card bill? All of this will now be known to a particular credit card agency who now rates me even before I've started using it. Why? Because all this data is available to you. Right? There is a very, very important piece of marketing, therefore, that is coming in called privacy of consumers. So today, the way I'd like to sum up what I am trying to tell you all is marketing has fundamentally changed. Marketing has changed to becoming a stream which is going to be a two-way communication with an immediacy of response, with an ability to generate results instantaneously, and is also going to be able to actually piece together pieces of information about individual consumers, construct a profile, and allow companies to be able to talk to those people who match their profile on an N is equal to 1 basis but at the same time is on a borderline possible violation of privacy rights. That is the world of marketing today, compared to the very, very glamorous world that people used to think of 25 years ago or 27 years ago when I entered the industry, where we used to talk about the amount of money we used to spend in making campaigns, the amount of money we used to spend in making films. All of these have become redundant today. Content is changing by the minute. Content has to be topical. Content has to really be current. There is no way I can rehash old content and put it out. People talk about my content within minutes of my putting it up. Right? So given all of these perspectives, marketing as a function or a stream or a discipline is fundamentally changing very, very rapidly towards an area where an organization or organizations can communicate, interact, seek feedback. And this is also being used by some of the organizations very, very well, right? They put out products, they put out ideas, they get feedback on these ideas even before taking them to the larger market or larger set of customers. They do sampling, right? With 10 people, 20 people, 50 people, 100 people, they can do sampling, right? So they do that as well. But all that is the changing face of marketing as I see it, as I experience it on a day-to-day basis. And I'm sure by the time many of you, by the time many of you pass out, you will actually be in a situation that this particular identity of marketing itself will change. There are more changes around the anvil. Like I said, today when I talk to my son about platforms like Facebook, he says that is for the older generation. That's for the dads. Right? The platforms are basically changing. Fundamentals are basically changing. And therefore, we are getting into locations and areas which are completely new in terms of being able to explore. It's a very, very exciting field. But the one thing that I think we need to remember as possible marketers, or even as consumers who are going to be subjected to anything remotely concerned with marketing, is about our identity, is about our privacy, and at the end of the day, it is about our freedom of choice. Right? And that's what I'd like to, in some ways, close with as a simple context setting that I'd like to do here. I'd like to throw the session open for any questions from any of you as I stand here. Happy to answer any questions.
It's time for a short Q&A. Students are requested to ask questions if any.
Sorry, I am not able to hear you. If you could just speak up.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, there is a conflict between Future Group and Amazon. So my question is, how it has influenced your retail strategy?
Some of the parts of the answer to the question will be sensitive, so I might not be able to comment on it at this particular point of time. I'll just talk about what is there in the public domain, which you all might be aware about as well. So Reliance is trying to partner with the Future Group at this particular point of time and trying to figure out a way in which we can actually partner with them. And you are aware of what are the kind of transactions that has happened and what is available in the public domain. I'm sorry, I might not be able to comment on this because it's a matter that is currently sub judice and also a matter of a deep sensitivity within the organization.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions?
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, it is expected that Russia will go into recession until the war is stopped yet. So how will it affect the world economy, specifically in the Indian economy?
Okay, two parts to this. From whatever I hear, there is a settlement that is currently being reached between Ukraine and Russia. Again, contextual, topical. Many of you might be able to search for the results on your phones even after this conversation is over or during the conversation. I believe an amicable settlement is kind of being reached, so I'm hoping that will be the end of the war per se. But the possibility of the ramifications are very high, and many of you will be aware of an immediate impact that has already started happening, which is about oil prices. right? Oil prices have gone up to unbelievable highs in the last couple of years. From a time when oil prices crashed to $40 a barrel in 2020, we are now at $130, $135 a barrel, which is almost three and a half times the cost that we were talking about. I mean, many of you have seen memes about Ola introducing a new service called Upumutai, right? Wherein you carry them piggyback because you can't afford the price of petrol anyway, right? So it's that kind of a, let us say, impact that has been had. Russia is very, very rich in natural resources, and it supplies a whole lot of natural resources to the rest of the world. Therefore, the world has been divided. In India as well, there is a divided public opinion, though there is a public outcry in terms of what is supposed to happen. There is a divided public opinion on what can be done and what must be done. But the key thing that one has to realize is Russia is one of the most mineral rich or natural resources rich countries in the world. And anything that the world decides to do with respect to Russia will always take cognizance from the fact that Russia cannot be separated from the rest of the world. Russia has a big impact on coal. Russia has a big impact on energy. Russia has a big impact on many metals that are very mined only in Russia. Russia has a big impact on food resources, right? But Russia has a big impact on diamonds as an industry. Most of the mining of the crude diamonds or the raw diamonds is actually being done in Russia, right? So the linkage of Russia to global economies, I mean, and I'll say that as a simple example for the lady who asked. Surat imports a huge amount of raw diamonds from Russia and cuts it and re-exports it. And that amount of re-export of diamonds is a very large part of India's export turnover. If imports from Russia stop, there will be problems. Of course, there are other alternatives, right? For example, Australia and Canada are two other sources of diamond. But what will happen the moment Russia goes down is the balance will tilt. It will then become a supply-driven economy, prices will go up. And you're seeing that in the case of oil, right? Oil has reached an all-time high because one of the balancing checks that was there in terms of sources of supply has kind of gone on the book. It's also a very large market for India. India has also had a very huge bilateral relationship with Russia in terms of trade, and that also has an impact. Many industries are dependent on Russia as a market, both for consumption as well as for resupply. So it has a very, very large impact. Like I can't really explain using more examples than this, but it has a very, very large impact on the overall Indian economy and the global economy per se, which is the reason why people are trying to figure out a solution to this rather than the standoff that we have been in. And God willing, there will be a solution very soon, if not already happening.
So that is the end of the Q&A session. One last word of gratitude. Thank you, sir, for making the session interactive. It was a great pleasure to listen to your wise words and learn so much about the changing trends in marketing. The analysis you made on the relevance of digital communication, the power of two-way communication, data analytics were timely and enlightening. We are grateful for the time and effort you put in to engage your audience. We look forward to meeting you in person on some other important occasions to hear from you more, sir. Once again, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Privileged to be part of this audience here. Wishing you all the very best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The first half of the afternoon session is over and tea is served outside. You can help yourself. And please be back within maybe 10 minutes.
Dear students, before you go, all students must stay back after the 4:30 talk for 5 minutes. Please do not leave. Those who are not here will be marked absent only. It's not a question of being present or absent document-wise. It's a question of sharing the day's knowledge.